suspecting government officials and the public into playing by his scam book. He has a history of false presentation. In November 2016, he paraded himself as an ambassador and President General of the World Youth Organization, an affiliate of the United Nations. Claiming to have been elected in New Delhi, India, the local media celebrated him until the UN denied the existence of such a body. Politicians and members of the public who are weaponizing Adeyemi's claim against the Chief of Staff should refrain from swallowing his narrative hook, line, and sinker. They are advised to await the trial of Adeyemi and his accomplices, as well as the court's judgment, as comments made today are sub judice. Now, hear them. See how they close it. Comments made today are sub judice. NDIC takes over 46 revoked microfinance banks, warns against illegal transactions. Still from Daily Post. The Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC, has been appointed as the official liquidator of the 46 microfinance banks revoked by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, on July 1, 2026. This is pursuant to Section 12, Sub 2 of the BOFIA 2020 and Section 55, 1 and 2 of the NDIC Act of 2023. The corporation, in a statement signed by the head of its Communication and Public Affairs Department, informed depositors of the banks that the affected institutions are no longer authorized to conduct banking business in Nigeria. It advised members of the public against any unauthorized transaction with the closed banks or any attempt by individuals to receive, conceal, retain, or interfere with the assets, records, or properties of the banks, warning that this may constitute a violation of the law that could attract appropriate legal consequences. The NDIC has commenced the process of the orderly closure of the failed banks with their immediate takeover, verification, and payment of insured sums to eligible depositors. Vanguard, alleged forged certificates. ICPC details case against ex-minister Inaji. That's the latest, and I asked you for reactions on this. A good boost to the fight against corruption? Well, at least he's now been arrested. Let's go through the details of the story. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, has detailed its case against former Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Geoffrey Uchechukwu Inaji, saying it is investigating allegations that he submitted a forged degree certificate from the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, UNN, and a false National Youth Service Corps NYSC discharge certificate during his ministerial screening in 2023. The investigation focuses on the academic qualifications and NYSC certificate that helped secure Inaji's appointment as a minister. ICPC said it turned to the Federal High Court after the former minister allegedly failed to honor repeated invitations for questioning, paving the way for his arrest and the continuation of its investigation. In a statement by its head of media and public communications, John Okafor Ode, the commission says Inaji was arrested on Wednesday at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, shortly after arriving in the country. According to the ICPC, the operation was carried out with the assistance of the State Security Services SSS, which handed him over to investigators following the execution of a Federal High Court bench warrant. The arrest was effected on Wednesday, July 1, 2026, at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport upon Mr. Inaji's arrival. He was apprehended with the assistance of the State Security Services and subsequently handed over to the ICPC for further investigation. ICPC says it first invited the former minister for questioning through a letter dated May 15, 2026. The invitation notices were duly served to his known addresses in Abuja and Enugu, as well as via his electronic mail address. Despite service through multiple channels, Mr. Inaji failed to appear for investigative interviews on the scheduled dates, necessitating further legal action. With invitations unheeded, the Commission approached the Federal High Court in Abuja Judicial Division, which granted its application and on June 11, 2026, authorized Inaji's arrest to facilitate the investigation. According to the ICPC, investigators are examining two key allegations: forgery of academic credentials, specifically concerning a degree certificate from the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, false National Youth Service Corps NYSC discharge certificate, which was submitted during his ministerial screening process in 2023. The commission says Inaji remains in custody at its headquarters in Abuja, where investigations are continuing. So CBN revokes, this is on the Vanguard newspaper now, CBN revokes operating licenses of 46 MFBs for regulatory requirements failure. So this is a follow-up to that other story, right? The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has revoked the operating licenses of 46 microfinance banks with effect from July 1. It's contained in a statement issued by Mrs. Akama Sidi Ali, the Acting Director, Corporate Communications Department of the Apex Bank, on Wednesday in Abuja. Sidi Ali says the action was in accordance with the CBN powers under Sections 12 and 13 of the Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act, both year 2020. She says the revocation was approved by the governor of the CBN, Mr. Olayemi Cardoso, following the bank's failure to meet the regulatory requirements for continued operation as licensed guard the stability of the financial sector, protect depositors, and ensure that licensed institutions comply with current laws and regulatory requirements. Okay, let's go. APC ditches Suswam and 25 other National Assembly candidates. After the primaries, word started leaking that they've been quietly changing some people that won. The National Working Committee, NWC, of the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, has dropped former Benue State Governor Gabriel Suswam, former Ondo State House of Assembly, House of Representatives member Benga Elegbeyi, and 5 other senatorial candidates from the party's final list of candidates forwarded to INEC. The development was contained in a correspondence signed by both the APC National Chairman and National Secretary Netamwe Yewada and Ajibola Bashiru, respectively, and transmitted to the Electoral Commission, with the party's national leadership attributing the sweeping changes to the report of the Primary Election Appeal Committee. 19 House of Representatives candidates who had emerged victorious in the party's primary elections held in May were equally dropped and replaced in the final list. The states affected include Kogi, Abia, Benue, Taraba, Ondo, Niger, Kwara, Kaduna, and the Ebonyi State. 2027 era of ballot box snatching, result manipulation over. INEC is declaring. INEC declares. Maybe somebody is excited about this news. INEC is telling you that the elections will be wonderful. Oh my God. Chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Joash Amopiton, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, has declared that the era of ballot box snatching and manual manipulation of election results is gone, assuring Nigerians that current technological safeguards are robust enough to protect every vote cast in the 2027 election. Amopiton made a declaration agency Malam Lanre Isa Onilu on a courtesy visit to the INEC headquarters. Both institutions used the occasion to deepen collaboration on voter education ahead of the 2027 polls. INEC chairman, who recalled that the presidential election is going to be held in January 16 and governorship polls February 6, 2027, noted that the commission must begin intensive civic engagement immediately, warning that voter apathy and disinformation remain dangerous threats to the integrity of the electoral process. We need to teach them why their vote matters and how our new legal and technological safeguards protect their choices. We must look the rural farmer, the marketplace woman, and the disillusioned urban youth in the eye and explain to them, in the language they understand, that because of the current technological infrastructure, the era of snatching ballot boxes or rewriting results manually is gone. While acknowledging significant operational achievements recorded during the February 21 Federal Capital Territory FCT area council elections and the June 20 off-cycle governorship election in Ekiti State, including over 90% early opening of polling units, biometric authentication via the Bimodal Voter Accreditation System (BVAS), and the swift result uploads to the INEC Result Viewing Portal (IREV). Swift. The chairman says both polls expose a troubling undercurrent of voter apathy and wider confusion among urban voters over polling unit splits and registration transfers. This is a clear indicator that while our technology is moving forward, civic familiarity with the evolving system is lagging. It is a loud diagnostic signal that far more needs to be done in the area of intensive, deep-rooted voter education, and it proves that we cannot afford to wait until the eve of the 2027 elections to start talking to our people. Amipto went on to stress that INEC cannot build a robust democracy in isolation, noting that advanced technology alone means nothing without an informed electorate. He said we can purchase the finest beavers machines, we can optimize the IREV to international standards, and we can map out the most logistical routes for material deployment, but all of these technological and administrative triumphs mean nothing if citizens remain detached, cynical, and completely uneducated about the power of their votes. So last week, we're talking about this story last week. The Sun newspaper, election timetable dispute, court reserves judgment in INEC's appeal. I asked this question last week. It's seeming silence. And one of my friends had said, are you sure they have even filed? You recall, yeah? Just 1 week today, we had this conversation. Do you remember? 1 week today. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has reserved judgment in 2 separate appeals over a dispute surrounding the timetable for the conduct of the 2027 elections released by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. A 3-member justice of the appellant court, in a judgment delivered by Justice Adebukola Bankole yesterday, said date of the judgment will be communicated to parties in the appeal. There's some interesting things here. Let's stay with us. 2 political parties, Youth Party of Nigeria, YPN, and Social Democratic Party, SDP, had approached the Federal High Court in Abuja to nullify the timetable released for the 2027 election by INEC. During the hearing of the appeals, Dr. Alex Zion led 2 other senior advocates of Nigeria, SAN, from INEC to argue the appeals. Zion, in a submission before the appellant court, contended that INEC had the powers as provided by law under the provisions of the 1999 Constitution and the Electoral Act to issue guidelines for the elections. The Constitution specifically empowered INEC to organize, supervise, and undertake elections and other political activities as provided, enabling Act for INEC to do what it did in ensuring or in issuing election timetables. The trial court erred in law because it failed to interpret using the Supreme Court authorities and the Court of Appeal decisions on the power already donated by the 1999 Constitution to INEC to arrange for elections, including pre-election matters. Supreme Court and Court of Appeal have held that INEC has the power to organize and supervise elections, and this includes timetable for elections to carry out political activities preceding the elections. The trial court failed to give effect to the phrase "not later than 120 days." You see why they did what they did? Because that's the question we've been asking, why. They said the trial court failed to give effect to the phrase "not later than 120 days and not more than 90 days, which was a subject of contention at the trial court. And that not less than 120 days means it should not be more than, but it can be less than. But for the court to say that it must be exactly 120 days was too mathematical and not the intendment of the lawmakers, as any of the activities can be done before the 120 days and not more than the 120 days. For the trial court to say it must be exactly 120 days is a mechanical application of the statute, which is contrary to the decisions of the Apex Court and the Court of Appeal. It said the same goes to the 90-day provisions, adding that the relief sought by the respondent at the trial court were declarative in nature. There was no evidence by way of affidavit to show that they had commenced any primary or taken steps or that they have suffered any injury. Therefore, the court ought not to have granted any relief. As Zion says, the second appeal was filed by I'm due for a break. When we come back, I think we have 2 more stories and we're done. Stay with us.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Thank you for staying with us. Let's speak with a guest this morning from Prime Wave Market. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning.
What is Prime Wave Market? And also introduce yourself, please.
All right. Good morning, beautiful people of Port Harcourt. My name is Chigozerim Onwane, and I'm a co-founder and CEO of Prime Waves Markets Limited.
So what do you do at Prime Wave?
All right. Prime Waves Market is a forex trading company based here in Port Harcourt. All right. We do everything forex trading, from copy trading to forex education to account management, and also to Forex Signals. So Prime Waves Market is a Forex trading company here in Port Harcourt.
Okay, so you are a trading company.
Yes.
Personally, I've had many conversations today about Forex.
What a coincidence.
So,
Yeah.
So I'll try not to repeat those questions.
All right. All right.
What makes Prime Wave stand out from the others?
Okay. The first is longevity. All right. We at Prime Waves, we've been in the market for a period of time over 7 years. All right. Personally, I've been in the market for over 6 years. I started trading in 2019. All right. And I became profitable in 2023.
Okay.
Yeah. So first thing is longevity, and the second is we have results that speaks for us. All right. We are a forex trading company that trades for our clients. All right, we trade for them through a system called copy trading.
Okay.
All right, you see our
signals.
Yes, you see our portfolio on our broker site. You see our portfolio, and then you make your comparison on what we've done for the month. All right, and then if you are impressed, you copy our trade. It's very simple. You create an account, you fund your account, and then you link your account to our own accounts.
So you have to create an account with your broker.
Exactly. To copy our trade, you must be using our broker. All right.
Okay.
So you.
But they're not giving you money.
No. We don't collect money from anybody. All right. So it's a system where the client has 100% access to his funds. All right.
And control.
Exactly. So we make profit daily, and you can withdraw your profits anytime. You can also withdraw even your capital at any time. And you can also disconnect your account from copying your account if you are not impressed by the results. All right. And we've been doing this for over 5 months.
Okay.
All right. And we've grown exceedingly great.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was the first thing we do, copy trading. And also there's another one we call PAM accounts trading. So the PAM is PAMM.
Okay.
PAMM. Like it's a short form for percentage allocation management model. All right. This is a form of account management where clients, or I regard them as investors, create accounts, fund their accounts, and we manage this account for them. You get? And it's different from copy trading in the sense that if we have 5 clients on a particular PAM investment platform, right? Their funds are joined together. All right. So we at Prime Wave, we trade these funds jointly. However, these funds is in their individual accounts.
So it's like you have 5 people.
Yes.
Invest, let's say $100 each.
Yes.
So that gives you a pool of
$500. Exactly.
You take that $500 to trade.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it means that they will share profit equally.
Yes, because they brought an equal amount in capital.
Okay.
All right. However, if anyone brings any money up, any amount higher, all right, the person takes more in profits.
Based on the percentage.
Exactly, based on the percentage. That is why the name is percentage allocation management model. All right.
Okay.
Profits and losses are shared based on the percentage that an investor's
it was only profit that you were going to mention.
no, definitely there are losses. However, but the essence of, or should I say, the ideal of forex trading is let your profits overdo your loss.
So you kind of talk about what the percentage is between the investor and you, the investee.
Okay, yeah.
Is it like a 30-70, 50-50?
Okay, you mean for
40?
Okay, yeah. First of all, for the copy trading, right? How we benefit from that is we get to keep 30% of every profit we make.
That's huge.
No,
I'm just thinking.
it's a very fair profit share. It's a very fair percentage in profit share. All right, we get to keep 30%.
Okay.
All right, yeah, and same thing for the palm accounts
30%.
trading. Yes, still 30%.
Okay.
Still 30%.
Because I feel like the palm and the copy trading is a little different.
Yeah, there's a
Because
little different.
for the palm, you realize that you're investing with people's pool, people's money.
Yes.
You're trading with people's money.
Yeah.
So you want to be a bit more careful.
Careful, yes.
Right?
Yes.
But in the case of copy trading, it is your own trade.
Yes, it's my own trade.
Somebody, it could still be that investment, and somebody decides to just copy your signal when you enter the market.
Yes.
Right?
People do that. Yes, exactly.
So
exactly.
That's why I feel that it's different, but it's your business, it's your model, so you understand it the most. I'm not in a place.
And the person copying our trade, and those who have registered for the palm also get to keep 70%. All right. If there is no profit, there will be no profit split. Okay. Any day profit isn't made, there won't be any profit split. We don't have to get anything.
But if
there is loss, yes, each individual account bears the loss. All right, that is the risk in forex trading. That is why we as professionals, we've been in this market for as long. All right, of course there are losses in the game. Okay. All right, in fact it was huge when there was this day, I think it was on the 28th of May, that Donald Trump made an announcement as regards to the ongoing war with Iran. All right, it tumbled the markets.
Were you trading gold or oil?
I was trading gold. So the losses was huge worldwide. So all right, but our trading system was able to
flip in oil trade.
Yeah.
Because also, I heard that when oil flips, it affects gold.
It affects gold, yes. But I was trading gold.
Oh,
all right. And gold is more volatile. More volatile than this. So the losses were very huge. We were able to recover this loss, and we are now up in profits. Right? The loss was as long as you were a trader and you were in the market selling gold, you definitely would have made a loss that day, except you were in the right position buying gold. All right, and gold was supposed to sell, but then this announcement from Trump, all right,
turned everything
around. All right, so definitely there are losses in the markets. And then we also have the Forex Academy, all right, Prime Waves Forex Academy. And honestly, I am very, very impressed, very, very impressed as to the level at which our students who started with us in April, all right, because we did a 3-month training, all right, April, May, June.
Isn't that the same time you were here for the first time?
Yes, I was here for the first time there. Oh, wow. All right, I'm very, very impressed. If I think the next time I'm going to come to the radio station, I will come with a few of them. All right, they should tell they should give a testimony for themselves. All right, just on last week Friday, one of our students using the strategy that I thought personally, thought that I've been using that strategy for over 2 years, and it has been working very well for me.
Don't
worry, during the course of the classes I'll show that. So using that strategy, he made $400.
Oh wow,
$400.
That's significant.
Exactly. And he did not come to class yesterday, and when I called him he said he needed to chill.
He's been racking his brain for too long.
Exactly.
It's his reward time.
Yeah.
So let's go and rest.
He said he needed to chill. He needed to take a break and rest. All right. So these people, our students at Prime Waves Market, they are really earning while they are learning.
All right.
And I'm very, very impressed. So one thing about Prime Waves Market, so long as you are determined to learn, you must learn. That is something. The motto of our academy is, our focus is on the forex knowledge we impact on our students.
Okay.
Not just having students and getting money. So in essence, I also want to use the opportunity to say that we have a 2 weeks free training. 2 weeks free training. It started yesterday. All right, 2 weeks free training this week and next week at our office here at number 5 Bender Street, Rumumasi, Port Harcourt. Number 5 Bender Street, Rumumasi, Port Harcourt. So anywhere you are coming from, once you get to Market Junction, along Aba Road, once you get to Market Junction, you enter Market Road and ask for Bender Street. All right. So we have a 2 weeks free training. Okay. You come. The only thing required to come, you come with your internet enabled device, whether your phone, your laptop, tablet, or iPad.
All right. Phone numbers, because we're out of time.
All right. So our phone numbers, you can reach us on text, WhatsApp, and phone call on 081 05 34 08 73 081 05 34 0873, and the second number is 090 20 33 6435. I repeat the number again: 090 20 33 6435.
All right.
Thank
We
you.
have to go. Thank you so much for making the time today.
All right. Thank you.
And I wish you guys all the best. All right. We'll continue our conversation.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
All right. Thank you for staying with us. So let's race through this story. Yeah. So what's the story? Election timetable dispute. Court reserves judgment in INEC's appeals. All right. That is the story on the table at the moment. So I read parts of it. Yeah. So there was no evidence by way of affidavit to show that they had commenced any primary or taken steps, or that they have suffered any injury. Therefore, the court ought not to have granted any relief. Izinyo said the second appeal was filed by STF, that's Social Democratic Party, and the judgment delivered by Justice Omotosho, who granted some reliefs. This was another thing a conversation I was having with another lawyer. Well, it is the same studio. When I said one judgment favored INEC partially, the other judgment was completely against INEC. That lawyer also did not agree. That lawyer said, no, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Anyway, I'm happy that these things are playing out like this. Who granted some reliefs of the SDP and granted some also to the INEC. INEC appealed part of the judgment in that case, which limits their powers by saying that the days were short by a few number of days that INEC should go back and rectify. Before the main appeal was argued, the senior moved 3 applications. One of the applications prayed the courts to close the door against YPN on the grounds that the party failed to file its respondent brief after service of the appellant briefs on them 5 days earlier. He also argued that the court should hold that they had no written briefs in opposition to the appellant's briefs, as they are prohibited by paragraph 13, and so on and so forth. So the lead counsel later moved for application, and the court reserved ruling to be delivered alongside the main appeal. So there you have it. FUBRA seeks full resolution of Bile gas leakage, which you listened to. The governor, I think this is our final story this morning. Okay, 2 more stories. Let's race, yeah? Can I move this to tomorrow? Okay, let me move this to tomorrow and bring this pathetic story. Daily Trust. Abducted Niger Electoral Commissioner spends 9 months in captivity despite 40 million naira ransom. The abducted permanent commissioner of the Niger State Independent Electoral Commission, NISEC, Barrister Ahmed Mohammed, has remained in captivity 9 months after his family reportedly paid 40 million naira as ransom to secure his release. There's a government though, 9 months. Barrister Ahmed was abducted by bandits along the Mukwa Ibi Road in Bogu local government area on September 29, 2025, while traveling to Mina on an official assignment. He was kidnapped about 4 weeks before the local government elections held in the state on November 1, 2025. A family member who spoke to Daily Trust on condition of anonymity said the abductors had demanded an additional 300 million naira before they would release him. According to the source, the bandits contacted the family again on Monday and asked whether they were ready to pay the fresh ransom demand, but the family said it could not raise the money. The bandits, call almost every day. It was only yesterday, Tuesday, that they did not call. We are appealing to the Niger State government to come to our aid and secure his release. He was kidnapped while he was on official engagement of the Niger State government, the family member says. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. We can't take a break. Let's just get into the issues. Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, in-house analyst is in the studio. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
And JC Williams, Esquire, legal practitioner, chairman, Rivers Link. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly.
Okay, I like us to go to this. I think you were here, Mr. Williams, when we had a conversation about INEC.
Yes.
And I asked the question. I said, for the time-sensitive nature of that case, I had expected that we would have heard something. It didn't happen then, but now we're getting news that ruling has been reserved for a particular date, judgment has been reserved for a particular date, and so on. But I find some things interesting, right? I find some things interesting because we often wondered. I, for one, equally asked questions about what the National Assembly was doing. Perhaps because they were in a haste, they missed certain things in the drafting of the Electoral Act and so on and so forth. But the defense of INEC here is what I find quite interesting. We're not deciding what the court would say, but we're just trying to have an understanding, make sense of what INEC puts out here as its defense. And I find it really interesting. The trial court failed to give effect to the phrase not later than 120 days and not more than 90 days, which was a subject of contention at the trial court. And that not less than 120 days means it should not be more than, but it can be less than. But for the court to say it must be exactly 120 days was too mathematical and not the intendment of the lawmakers, as any of the activities can be done before 120 days and not more than. So for the trial court to say it must be exactly 120 days is a mechanical application of the statute, which is contrary to the decisions of the Apex Court and the Court of Appeal. It makes a lot of sense to me. I don't know if it does to you. Let me begin with Mr. Williams.
Yeah, Kelly, it's like saying that this action has to be done on or before the 10th day of July. When you say on or before, it's just semantics. What it means that it can be done within that period. It can also be done on the 10th day.
Yeah.
It can be done on the 1st. It can be done on the 2nd. But it must not be done on the 11th.
Simple.
Yeah.
Simple.
You know? But you see, the law is made for man, not man for the law.
Mm-hmm.
If what Leonard Sick and his Lego team is talking about that, the lower court erred. That is where I don't seem to agree. When he said they erred, the court erred. No.
But that's what the appealing is.
That's what I'm saying.
Because they don't agree with that judgment.
That's what I'm saying. That what he considered as the court haven't erred is that the court said it must be 120 days.
Yes.
Even in that sense, the court is not wrong. The court can as well say, except the court was very emphatic that having been done before 120 days is a nullity. Otherwise, if it is within the time set and 120 days, it is within the law. It is within what the framers of the law contemplated. You know, so either way, the point is that this act should not exceed 120 days. That's what I understand.
No, but INEC is saying, you know, we questioned why INEC did what they did. We really questioned what INEC. But when I reading this now, it's like when they said when we kept talking about submission of digital register. Digital register must be submitted 21 days, right, to the party primaries. So if a party submits 10 days to that primaries, they've not gone in violation of it.
No. Kelly, you know, in addition, let me even tell you this. The law is what the court said the law is.
Mm-hmm.
The law is not what is written hook, line, and sinker in the Constitution. Mm-hmm. Because it is the judiciary that interprets the law. Mm-hmm. So the law is what my lord, the judge of the I think Federal High Court have said. And that is the law. Until perhaps set aside. The law at the appeal court, appeal level 2, is what the court say it is. So for now, whether Izion said it is a mechanical application of the law, but that is the law. That is what the court have said now. Until the court of appeal say otherwise, on or before, and on. It's about the same thing.
This is what I'm saying. I'm just trying to, hearing this defense, right, makes it interesting for me. Right? So a lot of persons have said INEC may lose their appeals because it is clear. But when you hear a defense like this, from what he said, what the law, the Electoral Act says, is it not likely that this case may go in INEC's favor?
There is the possibility, Kelly. Okay. That's what I'm saying. That it's now the matter has been shifted to the Court of Appeal. The law is what the court says it is. If the Court of Appeal sees otherwise, that becomes the law. If Supreme Court sees otherwise too, that becomes the law.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Well, I think the interpretation of, like INEC is saying, that it means it could be less than 120. I think the summary or the bottom line is that it cannot be 121 days.
Exactly. That's exactly 120 days.
Yes. It can be less than that. It can also be exactly 120. So I was thinking that maybe in the Electoral Act or what, that is mentioned, it must be 120. But with the explanation INEC has given now, which has completely sunk into me, that means INEC, like you are asking, might win the case. Yes, the way I look at it, because it might come in their favor and said, okay, what they did after all, they didn't breach the law. They breached that 120. They didn't reach 120.
They didn't reach 120.
Simple.
They just brought things earlier.
Good. Within the time that will run to 120, they finish their own.
That's why I said the law is made for man, not man for the law.
Yeah.
You see, this law is made. Don't forget that this is an election matter. It is purely an election matter. And the parties, the people, the political parties who are to participate in this election says, look, yes, you have the right to abridge the time like you did. But considering that we are the people to participate in this election, the maximum which is 120 can also be taken into consideration. So you don't say because you have an open check, rather than consider the people who will participate, who will make your process. Because without political parties, there is no INEC. There won't be election. The people say yes, you have the right to abridge this time, but consider that we are the people to participate. So take the maximum. That is what the courts have said. Put simplicity. Take the maximum, which is 120. Court, it's not like if you take less, it's wrong. The law now, that law we're talking about, is made for man, not the political. The political parties are not made for the law. It is the political parties that give face.
Is the regulator not also man?
No. Regulator is there as an umpire. Regulator is there to apply the law vis-a-vis the people who will participate in the election.
The regulator also interprets the same law. The regulator said 120 days.
Yes.
The letters of the Electoral Act as it is not exactly 120 days.
Yes.
Which we've established. It is not later than. That's the letters.
That is the code.
We're talking about the letters. It's the letters that they are arguing. The letter says not later than 120 days. Not later than. So the regulator says, well, maybe for harmony. Maybe so we don't wait till the last moment and we'll start having conflicts. Let us bring this date forward. Not later than. It's an argument that the regulators can insist on.
I agree with you.
And then when they go to court, they lost at the first court. They are going to the high court to say, my lord, this is what the law says.
See,
not later than. And we acted based on not later than.
See, Kelly, what the law will look at is the intendment of this law. What does it intend to achieve? One, there are two parties to the achievement of this law. First is the political parties. Two is the umpire or the regulator. Now, the regulator is there mainly to watch the political party and what the law says. Now, the political parties, without whom there is no law, that law self doesn't exist without political parties, have now come to say, look, this law is made for us Political parties were not made for this law. Therefore, we are saying, take the what we call a mathematics, take the upper limit, which is 120. Now, what is the interest? What does the INEC, the umpire, what do they want to achieve by abridging the time?
They exclude some people.
No,
but
when you say abridge the time,
yes,
that would suggest that they are doing something contrary to
no. When you say
law.
abridge, it doesn't suggest that you're doing something contrary. Even in our normal legal practice, you are shortening the time.
Simple.
That is the point.
No, but you still, we're still saying the same thing. They haven't shortened the time.
No, they have.
They take the shorter angle.
They take the shorter angle.
Not later than doesn't even give a clear range.
It does.
The whole thing is 120.
The whole thing is 120.
The whole range is 120.
If you take 100,
Okay,
you are not
120.
against
So
the law.
if they take 100,
You have not defaulted.
they have not gone against the law.
Not.
But
They've
If
not.
they even choose to take 50,
Yes.
they also have not gone against the law.
Yes.
Right?
Kelly, the
So
point
if
is,
the judges, if the first two judges looked at it and said, oh, announcing the dates that you announce is somewhat contrary to the Electoral Act, they've gone to the higher court, and the higher court are saying, how did we do that when the law clearly says not later than 120 days? So the reason we're having this conversation is so that people can begin to understand. That's why we're doing this. I don't work for INEC. INEC is not paying me. I'm a public educator. That's my job.
I don't know.
My job is to have this interaction.
Yes.
Because when the ruling comes out tomorrow, if Court of Appeal says the lower courts were wrong, INEC was in the right, people will start calling the court all sorts of names.
No,
I'm being practical. That's what people will
as
do.
applicable in Nigeria.
People will start calling the courts all sorts of names. This is how our judiciary is, without understanding what exactly was argued in court. That's why we're doing this. So this is what the law clearly says, not later than when the judge decides to say, well, we don't see what INEC did wrong in this situation. By calling the process to be earlier, they're still in line with the law.
At
that point, I too will not be surprised.
Kelly, I think your contribution, mine and JC, more or less are the same. None of us has veered off from what should be, because the issue is that the maximum is 120. And INEC did not cross 120 mark. It rather came earlier. And so it has not breached any law. Like I said, I thought the Electoral Act said 120. It must be exactly 120. And so I was saying, where did is it Amopitom? Yes. Amopitom get that whichever number he used. And so now that it is say with not less than, Kelly, INEC is right. And I wouldn't be surprised myself, this is strictly my own, that the court comes out and pronounces them that, yes, this judgment is in favor of INEC. I won't be surprised.
We have to go for a commercial break.
Okay.
Maybe when we come back, we'll continue. We'll look at it or we'll just move on. All right. Let me introduce Maureen. Maureen is here from Nonce Luxury Homes. Hi, Maureen. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, welcome. So tell us what you do at Nonce Luxury Homes.
Yes, so good morning, my people of Rivers State. Yes, so with this Nonce Luxury Home Limited, they say big thank you to every of our clients when we say them buy land for our hand and we they talk say una own no go lose because na better thing now na do. Who buy people when buy from Nonce Garden Estate and Non-Flourish Estate, we they appreciate una wella. Yes, so my name na Maureen from Nonce Luxury Home Limited. We don't carry this better estate come meet to na Non-Flourish Estate phase 2 when they for Imogu Omagwa by Cattle's Filling Station, just 5-minute drive from airport roundabout. This is a better land though, na better soup, na money kill land na because na launchy price, this promo price na 1.8 million naira outright payment, while instrumental payment na 2 million naira because na instrumental now you do. And remember, say this land na complete dry land, na no be waterlogged, no be place when you say you go buy land, you go say water don't fall everywhere. Na dry land because the place na good place, na better community. Na Imogu by Cattle's Filling Station, na in this land day. So call us on this our number because we when be Nonce Luxury Home, we dey maintain standard by God grace. We dey do everything possible to make sure say you buy land for better place and better people hand. So our phone number na 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And the second line na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. And our office address there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritale. Yes, so my country people, as they hear and will be found in real estate when we say we they give you rest of mind. The land where you buy for our hand no go enter water, and as soon as you they buy am, our surveyor they map am out for you immediately. We they give you your document in 3 days. Your document don't come out. We know they tell you story. North Luxury Home Limited na better company when we say they sure for you. And if you buy land for our hand, you know go enter water, because everything when we they do na free. Even to go show you the land, we know they collect shishi from you. No community wahala, no bush entry, no drinking money. Just come with this your 1.8 million naira. The land go be your own. So call us on this our number again. Our number na 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And the second line na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. And our office address there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritale. Non-Flourish Estate Phase 2 na just 1.8 million naira. This one na complete dry land. Now 50 by 100 meter na it be. And if you no get everything at once, if you start as low as 1 million, we will help you spread that one for like 3 months. That one wait till you go pay na 2 million naira. And remember, say Non-Flourish Estate, they were there for phase 2. Now Omagwa by Catus Filling Station. Now where develop place when we say people don't already they build house there. Now for you not to buy am, you begin to they stay there immediately. Now buy, build and parking immediately. Then we still get another estate again when we North Flourish Estate Phase 3 or more. As the year, you know, we always they give our estate flourish, because we want make your life they flourish and the land too they flourish. So the land now North Flourish Estate Phase 3. This land now hot cake. As I they talk to you like this, now the oga pata of the estate. This estate now they don't already fence some. You don't need to say you want to do L4, you want fence. But if you want to do L4 for your land to protect your land, no problem. But they don't already fence and run. Now 2.2 million naira for this land. Now correct dry land. This land now Non-Flourish Estate Phase 3. Imogu community, Omagwa near Catus Filling Station, at just 5-minute drive from airport roundabout, now 2.2 million. But if they do instrumental payment, now 2.5 million naira, now better land, now it be. And remember, say as you they come our office, we they carry go show you the land. We know they waste your time at all. So our number now 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And the second line now 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. And remember, say our inspection now every day from Monday to Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. As you they come with the carry go show where you did land day, and we know they collect anything at all from you before you go here. Say this land don't finish, pick up your phone now, call us, may you can see all these our lands. Then when they talk about where then they.
Okay, so those buying, what documents do you give them?
Yes, we they provide free deed of conveyance. That
Okay.
one a document when should say yes, we buy land from North Luxury Home Limited because we sure for them. We don't just give them land, can't leave them, then they go like that. No, nah. We will give them documents so that they go know say yes, they don't get property. Now better investments now in them do.
Okay. Phone numbers again and physical address.
Yes, so our number now 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And the second line na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. And our office still there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritale for Port Harcourt here.
Why should people buy from Nons?
Yes, so Non's Luxury Home Limited na better company when we say then they stand by for their people. We be family real estate. We take care of our people. We know they leave you say, so don't buy land, they don't take consign us. No, we there for you because we sure for you. We value you well. So the land where you buy for our hand no go enter water because we be family real estate.
Okay. Again, your inspection days?
Our inspection days na Monday to Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. As then they come, they carry them, go show them the land. They know they pay anything, no. Even transport, even anything at all, they know they pay. Even whatever they go drink for themselves, now we go still buy am.
Okay. Those paying in installment, what's the plan?
Yes, so they say all fingers are not equal. Not be everybody they feel pull out money for inside account once. They feel start as low as 1 million. Spread the balance for like 3 months. That one now for that one of 1.8, then go pay 2 million. And the one of 2 million, 2.2 million, they go pay 2.5 because na instrumental payments now then do. Yes.
All right, final words, phone numbers, physical address before we go.
Yes, so my country people, say now this period now landlord they use us, they do waiting their light and they shake us where. Why not use this opportunity when be say land now 1.8 or now the one will be 2.2 million, buy and build and parking inside. Anyhow when you do on your land, you go enter there for the place, they do them small. So our number again now 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And the second line now 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. And remember, say our office address there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritale.
All right. Maureen from Nons Luxury Homes, thank you for making the time to be here.
Thank you, sir.
The news update next. Please stay with us.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Operatives of the State Security Services SSS have arrested a former Minister of Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji. Nnaji was said to have been arrested on Wednesday morning at the Akanubiam International Airport, Enugu, as he was about to board a private jet to Abuja. Security sources say the former minister, who resigned last October under controversial circumstances, was arrested by SSS officers on request by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, over allegations of certificate forgery. And was later handed over to the Anti-Graft Agency. According to the sources, the ICPC had extended several invitations to the former minister following petitions on how he managed the ministry and therefore contacted the SSS to assist in arresting him. Terrorists have demanded an extra 300 million naira ransom from the family of Niger State Independent Electoral Commission (NASIEC) Permanent Commissioner Ahmed Mohammed 9 months after his abduction. This was after the family of the victim had reportedly paid 40 million naira to the kidnappers to secure his release. Recall that terrorists kidnapped Ahmed along the Mugwa Ibi Road in the Bogu local government area of Niger State on September 29, 2025, while traveling to Mina for an official assignment. The incident happened shortly before the November 1, 2025 local government elections in the state, where he was expected to participate in official duties. According to a report, a family member who spoke on condition of anonymity said the abductors contacted the family again on Monday and asked whether they were ready to meet the fresh ransom demand. The family member said the terrorists informed the family that an additional 300 million naira would be required before Ahmed would be released, but the family said it could not raise the amount. Justice Ian Ekwo of the Federal High Court Abuja has granted an application filed by former Minister of Petroleum Resources Dezani Alice Maduke to present evidence of acquittal by the Southwark Crown Court, London, in the UK. Justice Ekwo granted the motion on notice moved by Dezani's lawyer Godwin Ibo, which was not challenged by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC Council, or ETIBO. The UK court had on June 17 discharged and acquitted the embattled former minister in respect of criminal allegations of bribery brought against her. Dezani had, in a suit filed before Justice Ekwo, sought to reclaim her forfeited assets. The Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) has announced the revocation of the operating licenses of 46 microfinance banks. According to a statement signed by the Apex Bank's acting director of corporate communications, Hakama Sidi Ali, the move takes immediate effect. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso approved the revocation following the bank's failure to meet regulatory requirements for continued operation as licensed financial institutions. The revocation of the licenses is part of the CBN's ongoing efforts to safeguard the stability of the financial sector, promote depositors, and ensure that licensed institutions comply with current laws and regulatory requirements. Ransacked shelves and discarded packaging were all that remained inside several shops near the port city of Durban after looting during protests demanding that undocumented foreign nationals leave South Africa. Several thousand people marched across the country after a weeks-long campaign led by fringe groups for illegal immigrants to go home by June 30 had already led thousands to flee. Police were out in force for the protests, announcing Wednesday that most were peaceful, but around 900 people were arrested, some for looting. In Claremont outside Durban, looters stripped shops of food, appliances, building material and clothing following the demonstration, the owners said. Some estimated losses running into millions of rand, saying they were uncertain whether they would be able to reopen. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Thank you all for staying with us. Let's stay in the market for a moment. We have a guest this morning joining us from Orum AI. Did I get that correct?
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. My name is, I call myself Coach Okwe Life.
Okay.
Let's talk about AI today. This is how I talk about AI. You know, years back, this is how internet started, and many people ignore it. They say, no, internet is a this, but the same internet has made many people to become a millionaires. A lot of people are using internet, Facebook, everything to become a millionaire as of today. Then the same thing is now on ground, which is called artificial intelligence. So the fact remains that this is another advancement of technology. So what is your stake in it? So I call artificial intelligence as a machine emulating human being in solving problems, in ensuring that what human beings are doing, machine can also do it, even perfectly. So if you are listening to me right now, don't think that artificial intelligence will take your job. But people that knows how to use artificial intelligence might be the one in the place where you are sitting down right now. So what is your plan to learn about artificial intelligence.
Okay.
So that's why I tell you today, what is AI? Is a machine that stimulates human effort, learning a technology, solving problem. By God's grace, in many healthcare now, just use artificial intelligence, go inside it, diagnose you, and you get the result. So we don't need much doctor when the AI can do the work. So that is number one for you. What is artificial intelligence? So this is AI that can impact your life. You can see many countries are now using artificial intelligence. Now we have US war against Iran and co. You can see that they use artificial intelligence to fight most of this battle. So artificial intelligence will impact your life. Number one, it can boost what is called our economy. It can boost economy. Number two, it can also work in what? Healthcare. These are the functions in which AI can impact many people's life. By God's grace, Pope Francis said, and I quote, he said, "It is high time we started using artificial intelligence to human benefit, not only to fight war. We must begin to use what? Human benefit." That's why I do tell many people that come. This is an opportunity to learn something that you have never been before. You know, I quote something. I said, "Learning proceed Annie." So what is your plan to learn something new away from what you have not been? So that is why I'm calling many people today that a company called Aurum AI want to impact your life positively. So what is Aurum? Aurum is just a fintech company that uses artificial intelligence to grow my assets, to grow my finance. So that is why the company say, come, it's now a high time you teach people how to move from here to there. Because the difference between here and there is just what? Letter T, time. So Aurum is now calling you to come and impart your life financially using artificial intelligence. That is why we are having a training in which it is free for people of Port Harcourt. Free, just for 50 people. Just for 50 people. Remember, poverty turned a woman to a girl and a man to a boy. So what is your plan B to make impact in this economy? So wherever you are listening to me right now, this is now an avenue for you to learn something new, to learn something that can impact your life. And we are calling you from Aurum AI that it is high time to learn something new in this economy, this dwindling economy. Many people are sitting down there, they are listening, what can I do next? Oh, the finances is not enough for me. By the time I do, but the fact is now that you have an opportunity right now to learn. What are the things that AI have done in the past? AI is called your ATM machine. Years back, you go and lined up in one teller girl, one teller guy to withdraw. But what happened now? We don't need that now. Just go to your ATM. ATM is what? Artificial intelligence. We also use AI to trade. We also use AI to fight war. That is drone. So many people that you have listened to me right now, AI has already impacted life positively and is continuing doing so. So what is your plan to learn something? That's why I'm calling you wherever you are now, whether you are a civil servant, whether you are self-employed, whether you are, a businessman, come and learn something financially. How AI has been working in the financial world. How AI has been taking steps to ensure that there's a positive result in that project, in that work that you are doing. That is why you need to learn something. Remember, one source of income is killing. Two is fear, but it will be better. Your salary is not enough. Salary is just a short-time solution to a long-time financial problem. So you need to learn something. What's your plan B in this dwindling economy? That is why the AI is there for you to show you something new, something that you have never done before in this dwindling economy, to change your life, to change your finances right now. So if you are listening to me right now, you have what is called a very, very big opportunity in this new month of July. By God's grace, this Saturday, September 4th, July 4th rather. If you're listening right now, July 4th, this Saturday, we are having first section by 10 a.m. and second section by 2 p.m. Whether you are a civil servant, whether you are self-employed, whether you are a retiree, we have an opportunity for you right now that can impact your life positively. This Saturday is happening live at Landmark Hotel. Landmark Hotel, 4 Wolu Street off Olu Obasanjo Road, Port Harcourt here. Everybody, if you know Landmark Hotel, 4 Wolu Street off Olu Obasanjo Road, this Port Harcourt, by 10 a.m. on Saturday, this Saturday, July 4th, and second section is 2 p.m. You only have a cap shot. The cap shot is just like the first section is for 50 people, while the second section is also for 50 people. So only people that can do this cap shot will have seat reservation. Text PH1. PH1 simply means first section, or PH2 simply means second section. Okay. PH1 or PH2. If you are coming for the first section start by 10 a.m. or you are coming for the second section, PH2 start by what? 2 p.m. Text PH1 or PH2 to 080 33 29 78 33 080 33 29 78 33. Once again, 080. Text PH1 or PH2. PH1 simply means you are coming for first section, that is 10 a.m. or PH2 simply means you are coming for 2 p.m., which is second section. 080 33 29 78 33. 080 33 29 78 33. Is either you are poor or rich in this economy. The difference between a rich man and a poor man is just information. So many people sitting right now, they just need just one opportunity, one information to liberate their life financially. That is why from a company called AI, we want to teach you. Remember, teach. The word teach for free. Just 50 people first section, 50 people second section. If you want to take a step to understand how AI works, how finances can help you, how AI can help you financially, then text PH1 for morning section or afternoon section PH2 to 080 33 29 78 33. 080 33 29 78 33, and you will understand how AI works in the financial system.
All right, before we go, your phone numbers again, the venue for the seminar.
The phone number you are going to text PH1 or PH2 is 080 33 29 78 33, and it's happening live at Landmark Hotel. Landmark Hotel, 4 Wolu Street off Olu Obasanjo, this Port Harcourt. Landmark Hotel, 4 Wolu Street off Olu Obasanjo Road, Port Harcourt here. So text PH1 for morning section or PH2 for afternoon section. Text 080 33 29 78 33. Jim Ross said, and I quote, formal education will only give you a living, while self-education, what you learn, will give you a fortune. Come and learn how AI can impact your life positively. See you there on Saturday by 10 a.m. or 2 p.m. You are the next champion. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir, for making the time to be here. Conversation continues in a bit. Please stay with us.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's continue our conversation. I'm having this sudden dryness. Okay, so let me see if Mr. Williams here wants to say something on this Court of Appeal reserving judgment. You still have something to say, or we'll just move on?
Well, Kelly, whatever I will say will not change whatever decision the Court of Appeal may come up with.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I just like the fact that we could now hear from INEC, because people kept wondering why. But hearing from INEC, I like the fact that we could hear from INEC. So when the decision goes either way, let's wait and see what will happen. This news dropped this morning. Some of you may be aware of it already. But before that, I forgot to mention earlier, there are channels to reach out, just in case you're listening to us and you say, Kelly, how do we contribute? Okay. So you have a phone number you can call when we open the phone line, 0810-9510-951. Again, 0810-9510-951. So you can call this number when the phone line is open, or you can just send a text to 0701 9339 962. Again, 0701 9339 962. Traditional text message, text via WhatsApp, and then a voice message within 60 seconds. Feel free to send as well. All right. On Facebook and X, you'll find posts there for the general post and opinion poll, Facebook and YouTube, where you can watch us live. Today951 FM, Today951 FM. Whereas on X, Instagram, Twitch, and Threads is Today FM 951, Today FM 951. You can stream live on our website, todayfmlive.com, todayfmlive.com, or on TuneIn and Radio Garden apps. Today 95.1 FM, Today 95.1 FM. So those are the channels, so you can feel free to react. I saw this and I too was shocked. Those is a character of politicians. Is he blending in well? Let me read it to you. If I see another thing that says this is not true, I will be quick to come out and say it's not true. But this is credited to him. I am Kenneth Okonkwo. Kenneth Okonkwo appointed spokesperson for His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. We understand that yesterday Atiku had a meeting with a closed-door meeting with His Excellency Rotimi Amechi. What was discussed was not disclosed, but they had that meeting yesterday. I give God all the glory for the I give all the glory to be appointed by His Excellency Atiku Abubakar as his spokesperson. I thank His Excellency Atiku Abubakar for the immense confidence reposed in me. This appointment speaks volume of the democratic credentials of His Excellency, rather than pick offense against any of his associates for expressing genuine reservations of any action taken. Atiku Abubakar always opts for dialogue and compromise that will engender solution to problems. At a dialogue with His Excellency and other well-meaning members of the African Democratic Congress ADC, the interests of the Southeast have been discussed and guaranteed within the existing challenges posed by the Electoral Act 2026 and the realities on the ground. I extend special thanks to my brother and friend, Dr. Kasim Imam, CFR, for his kind and special intervention and counsel, which revealed a special place for all Nigerians, irrespective of place of origin, ethnicity, religion, sex, and so on and so forth. My gratitude extends to Mr. Ralph Wosu, former national chairman of the ADC, for his continuous sacrifice, which has assisted in consolidating the ADC to face the numerous challenges put in its way since the formation of the coalition. And then my regards to other persons. My sincere gratitude to my family, my fans and friends, and so on and so forth. My regards to and so on and so forth. My sincere gratitude to my family and so on and so forth. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Kenneth Okonkwo, spokesperson for His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. Mr. Williams, any surprise?
You see, Kelly, with due respect, I would plead with you. Let's discuss important matters.
Oh, really?
Yes. Please,
Okay.
there are a lot of things to be discussed. Kenneth Okonkwo is inconsequential to me.
Well, at this point, he's becoming a serious newsmaker. So, for you, we should not talk about this.
No. It's not something we waste our time talking.
So you don't have an opinion on it?
Not at all.
You don't feel it's necessary to be talked about?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Yes.
Okay, when the other panelists come,
I believe they will see this with me, because we can't be hyping somebody who is inconsequential.
No, when you say hyping somebody,
Because if
People
we start
can-
discussing him now, we're hyping him.
No, we're not hyping it. We're teaching people.
Teaching people
We're
what?
exposing perhaps a character flaw.
Is it Kelly? We have started discussing Kelly Tokoko.
No, the reason we talk about this is because we learn. This is a space where a lot of engagement happen. So if you have someone who came out to say, well, for the sake of Igbo race, and being that Atiku Abubakar decided to choose someone from the South, I cannot in clear conscience support him. That person turns around in about 2 weeks to say, oh, Atiku has now appointed me a spokesperson. People have spoken with me and I see reason why I have to support him in achieving this. I have assurances. The people will want to know, because this person speaks, he calls this one out, he calls that one out. So they want to ask, what's the credibility of this person that is always talking? That's why we have these conversations.
Kelly, I would only say, if Kenneth Okonkwo thinks that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar will give him the money that courts will award against him for demonizing his brother Peter Obi, he's joking. Atiku will not listen to that. That is if at all he has made this appointment is genuine. Kelly, please, maybe if my co-panelists will talk about Kenneth Okonkwo, I don't want to talk about him because he's, like I said, he's inconsequential. I don't want to talk about him.
Let me introduce Professor Emmanuel Wona. He's even still writing some of his details, but let me ask him. Did you listen to us on your way?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so you know the story of Kenneth Okonkwo, yeah?
Yeah.
Who said the actor turning politician?
Yes,
Who said he wasn't going to support Atiku Abubakar any longer, since Atiku decided to choose Rotimi Amechi as his running mate, right? He has made a U-turn now, from reports we're seeing he's been spoken to, he understands what needs to be done, and Atiku has appointed him spokesman. He's pleased with that appointment. Has he done anything wrong?
In a way, yes, because people who are public leaders or those who are aspiring to lead the people need to be very wary about statements they put out there, because we have the belief that if you're a leader, you should always walk your talk. You should be able to ensure that you do a very thorough investigation and analyze the implications of what you're going to say, because in a way you are going to repose, the people who want to repose confidence in you as somebody who, when he speaks, his word is yes, is no, and stuff like that. So if you say something today and within a couple of next minutes or 1 hour, you are coming back again, it's like somebody who is coming back to eat his vomit. And so that kind of wavering in thought and action is not really what we expect from leaders. And I think that in a way...
Who is the leader here?
Leaders or people who is aspiring to be a leader.
Okay,
or he's a leader in his own way.
Okay, so he's a prospective leader.
Yeah, okay, yes. So to speak, prospective leader.
Or a leader in living in bondage.
He said he's not interested in this conversation. Let's leave him out.
I can see this with him because oftentimes we see some of our leaders or prospective leaders, do this kind of somersaulting thing. Sometimes they speak. Today they are here, the next day they are here, the next minute they are there. That's not what we expect from leaders or prospective leaders.
I thought it's honorable for someone to make a U-turn when they realize that they are wrong.
Well, yeah, in a way.
Isn't it honorable?
Yeah, but in a way, that's okay. But what is the, how do I put it now? The frequency, the frequency of such turnaround. Because
he seemingly has been consistent. He joined the APC when he decided to join politics. I think he started with the APC.
Okay.
He didn't like the Muslim ticket, so he left.
Okay.
He started supporting Obi actively. He stayed with Obi. They lost the election. He stayed with Obi. He wasn't pleased with Obi because Obi did not show the kind of leadership in resolving the Labour Party crisis. So he left Obi.
Good.
Right?
Good.
He left Obi and he joined the ADC. While he was in the ADC, he talked about the coalition. He sounded pretty much like he was supporting Atiku to emerge as a candidate, right? Atiku emerged as a candidate and he said, oh no, Atiku, this is not what we agreed. you choosing Rotimi Amechi. So I don't think he has made several U-turns.
Yeah, but you can see
recall.
from APC he's been moving because it appears maybe policy inconsistency or something like
exactly.
that. And this is common with human beings. We expect that you don't just go when, because you should be there to see how you can affect changes, because you are an instrument of change. So moving from when, so which political party or which organization is not made of human beings? Because as far as human beings are concerned, you will definitely, encounter this kind of, inconsistency. So which means it's possible that within the next few months, he may also notice something that is wrong with the article or with the party, and then he begin to move like that. So I think that our leaders or prospective leaders should be instrument of change. When you get to a situation, see how you can effect a change. Because if you keep on moving like that, you will find out that the nature of human beings, no two human beings are exactly the same.
Okay.
Not even identical twins. So you expect that there's going to be different interests at different point in time. So for you to move because my interest and your interest, do not tally, and so you'll be moving. So it means that you'll be moving all through your life. You'll be moving.
Okay.
From one place to the other. But I think that leaders or prospective leaders should be able to have shock absorbers and see how they can be instrument of change in anywhere they find themselves.
Okay. Chief Deka is here. I want to take his view before I move on, because it's only when I choose to move on now that he would say he would say that he was rushing to join, but unfortunately. So Kenneth Okonkwo accepts appointment as Atiku spokesperson.
Wow,
that's a good thing, yeah.
Good morning, River State and Rivers. You mean the Nollywood actor?
Turning politician.
The one who... I don't think that's a very good strategy for Atiku. Because...
no, of course, Atiku will have several spokespersons. That's a given.
So because...
Dino Melai would almost certainly be one of them.
Making him... what appointment do you say is
spokesperson?
No. Atiku should not go that route. We are expecting a very good, formidable build-up with credible men and women.
No, the reason I'm mentioning that is I just mentioned that Atiku would definitely have several spokespersons.
No, I understood.
That's a given. But he said he was
VP.
No,
he was going for VP.
No, you said that your thinking is that he wanted a VP slot. He did not say so. He said Atiku promised that his presidency will be the inroad for the Southeast to get into the presidency. So Atiku picking someone from the South seemingly goes against that promise. And he couldn't, in clear conscience, support such a...
And he backed out. He told everyone he's backing out.
So he said they've spoken to him. He feels different now. So he's still supporting Atiku.
See, that's what we call inconsistencies in
how is it inconsistent? Can't the man just realize it's wrong?
No. That's what I'm telling you about Atiku's buildings. He shouldn't build surround himself with these men who are inconsistent, like Buala. People who speak from 2, 3, 4, 5 sides of their mouth. In fact, their eye become mouth. He shouldn't do that. He told everybody that he's backing out. So what's the difference now? That means he was actually looking for the VP. By what has happened now? He was looking for an appointment to be VP. And we talked about that the last time we met. How could Atiku give what was his name? The man who speaks today is so busy like this. Tomorrow is like this. Just few seconds that Atiku said no to VP to Southeast, he changed. Who tell he's not going to change again? I am very careful with the likes of Buala, who haven't been interviewed.
This is Kenneth.
No, as I'm telling you, these are those people now who run their mouth from their head, from their every part of their body. And at the end of the day, they'll come out to say different things. So I expect that Atiku at this point, building a very formidable team that is going to challenge the authority, should come up with credible formidable teams. In fact, PRO is one of the best things and one of the most important things in every campaign. Who do you take as a PRO? Who is speaking for you? Who is dishing out your programs and your plans to the world? Is it Kenny Okonkwo? Who few seconds ago denied you? Few seconds ago, the man denied you. So I know Atiku is looking for people, but he should be very careful. That's my personal advice, though. Should be very careful with people he's bringing in at this formidable stage.
Okay.
So as not to jeopardize, because we're expecting that with this wealth of knowledge, politically and otherwise, is going to turn things around. So let him not join himself with a lot of people who are incredible and inconsistent. That's the only point I'm trying to make. It should be consistent in your doing today. Look, and when it comes to the political gimmicks, any word you say on air today is taken, stored,
all right,
and be used against you tomorrow. That's why we are talking about Bola.
Mr. Ndukwe,
okay, thank you.
Kenneth Okonkwo has been appointed as spokesperson to Atiku Abubakar, and he has accepted the appointment.
And why won't he accept? He must accept. But they know, Atiku knows who will do a good job for him, and I want to believe he has confidence in him. But he was such, was he not Phoebe before in 2023?
He was one of the spokespersons for.
Thank you very much. Well, you see, our people will always tell you that how you perform in one person's affair may give the other person who may be nursing the idea of appointing you or bringing you into his fold the idea about how you may do or perform. So that's a good one for Kenneth, and Atiku has done that job, and I don't think he will be out to jeopardize his chances. I'm talking about Atiku. So whatever happens, he will not have to praise himself or blame himself.
All right, let's move on. I don't know if any of you believe that somebody can carry out such an elaborate scam on the federal government. The man is trending hot on social media. This Prince Adeyemi. Is it possible for him to carry out such an elaborate scam? I still mention that budgetary plans were made for that ministry. There are pictures here. I've been following this story. In fact, I didn't want to talk about it, but I'm even pressured to talk about it because of the amount of reaction it is generating or traction is generating on social media. Seeing the budget item here, Presidential Economic Advisory Council, Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. This is dated 1st of July 2026. So these documents are, okay, this is when Daily Trust decided to put out this post. But these accounts have been following for a while. Is it possible for someone to carry out such an elaborate scam that you can call foreign governments? You can call ministers. You have office at the Federal Secretariat. You can even create an account in the CBN that the Office of the Accountant General authorized. Is it possible? Professor Warner?
Yeah, I tell you, it is possible in Nigeria. And I think that there are other cases yet to be exposed, which you do not know in Nigeria. And that accounts for the reason why state scarce resources are not fairly and equitably distributed. You know, I used to talk about faulty distributive mechanism, which accounts for almost 95% of our poverty and misery in this part of the globe. It's possible because in Nigeria today, there is what is called organized crime. Organized crime. And that is the pain of our society today. Organized crime in such a manner that, look, if we are here together and I have something that's a deal, dirty deal for that matter, I will need to get your consent by agreeing on percentage. What is the percentage accruable to me? What do you have? We negotiate. And as soon as that is agreed upon, that's all. All we need to do that in your own angle, you need to play your own part. Like you said, is it possible that a Captain General will sign? I'm not indicting him, but I'm smelling a rat. We have had cases like that. The other former Accountant General who dealt with us.
He's in prison now.
Oh, he's in prison. Beautiful. Beautiful. I think I wish that system will continue to run in that manner. That man dealt with us with this issue of IPPS. Thank God for what Tinubu did to pull us out of that payment system.
I thought people
it was quite fraudulent.
I thought you have some kind of issue with the government.
Issue about what?
In terms of implementation, enforcement of the order.
Yeah.
The agreement.
Yes, we also wrote them, and I think they are doing something. Okay, Kelly, that will be a discussion for another day. Let's face Akinyemi now.
Okay, you don't want to talk about that one?
Okay. That will be a discussion for another day.
Let's
so you see, it's a matter of organized crime, and that's what is happening in Nigeria now. Organized crime is a very serious problem. That you have that kind of collaboration, dirty deal, and everybody is getting his or her cut, and the thing flows seamlessly. I mean, how can you expect that that man will have the signature of the Accountant General? Like I said, I'm not indicting him, but I am smelling a rat. Because for him to have, I mean, do you know what it takes that you do that kind of thing? Undermining protocols, verification. These are documents. And somebody's signature, except you're saying that he has a magical power, or he's cloning somebody's signature. That will be proved much, much later. But for the personality of the accountant of the Federation to have been part of that, I mean, his signature, authorizing payment and stuff like that.
No, authorizing opening a bank account with CBN, opening an account with CBN.
Exactly. Authorization.
For money deposition.
Money deposition.
Whatever it was for.
Exactly.
The police is assuring that
for transactions.
No money.
No, the point is that the person, that's an illegal deal. I mean, it's illegal. It's illegal for you without proper authorization from the appropriate quarters for you to begin to have your way. Oh, Jesus is Lord. That's a very good example of organized crime. And if you look at the latent causative factors, you realize that some top government officials may be involved. Because I can't understand why, somebody will just wake up one morning and have his way getting all these authorizations.
So, Prof, you
processes.
believe that this may be a scam, it has not gone down without collaboration from people in government.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making.
Mr. Williams, are you interested in this one, or should I move to the next one?
I'm interested in this one because this one concerns me.
Okay.
That one of Kenneth Okonkwo doesn't concern me.
I thought you're in the ADC. Are you still in the ADC?
I'm in ADC, but Kenneth Okonkwo remain inconsequential as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, back to this. Is it Kelly? Prof called it organized crime. In my knowledge of in secondary school, when we were taught economics and commerce, they said CBN is a government bank. CBN is not a place where anybody can stroll in, say, I want to open a bank account. The interesting thing here, except as it's applicable in Nigeria, where big men are not usually touched. Otherwise, the interesting thing here is that the man at the center of this whole thing has mentioned a name, chief of staff to the president. The man didn't say it's J.C. Williams. He said chief of staff to the president. He's the one doing this deal with him. He gave him appointment letter. And Kelly, before now, I won't say I've heard a number of things, how that office of the chief of staff, how he has become a clearing house, how you can't get to the president without, a lot of things happening. So the man has made the work of ICPC and what do you call it, EFCC and DSS easy. He said, this is the man who gave me appointment letter. This is the man who overtly or covertly put 24 billion in the budget that has been passed. This budget has been passed by the National Assembly. Now, their defense is that no money has been paid into that account. Is that what we should be talking about? So, the security agencies, if they really, of course, when I talk about them, do they really exist in Nigeria? They should go and plead with chief of staff and tell him we have arrested you and let them put it on air. Because that is the best they can do, or the worst they can do. Because they will not arrest him. Let them just go and plead with him. At least to douse the tension. Please, chief of staff, if you hear on radio that DSS say we have arrested you, don't make any comment. So that that is what they would. Otherwise, I don't see why that man should remain there in office.
Well, the chief of staff.
Yes. Look, Kelly.
So you believe that the chief of staff is complicit?
Kelly, I don't believe that is what the man said.
The man said it doesn't mean.
If the man said no, if the man said so, chief of staff should be called to question.
True. And the chief of staff, that's why I read the story. That's the longest story I read today.
Yes.
Right? All the different dates, the letters, correspondences. The chief of staff has come out to say before.
See, Kelly, that's what I'm saying. Chief of staff sitting down in the comfort of his office and be dishing out this thing. It's not what we're talking about. The DSS, just like if it was Kelly or Williams, the DSS.
No, it can't be Kelly.
It can as well be Kelly.
No, it cannot be Kelly.
You have been doing things.
No, it cannot be Kelly.
You have been doing things.
It cannot be Kelly.
Is it that the billion is carrying you?
It cannot be Kelly.
Okay, let us leave it. If it was any other person, by now.
Exactly.
EFCC would have gone to the person's house at night to break the ceiling and jump in. The chief of staff cannot. Is it one more talk of impunity? The man still have the gut to sit down in his office and begin to explain or tell us what he feel we should hear. He should by now be in the detention. Whether he knows what happened or not. His invitation should be formal.
Beautiful.
Invite him. If he refuses to come, just like they do to others, let him be declared wanted. Arrest him. Let him put statement down. Let him be investigated. It's not enough.
All right.
For him to sit down there and be telling us correspondence this and not that, but telling us how.
So for you clearly now, that man couldn't have scammed the government.
Kelly, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying that whether the man scammed the government or he didn't scam the government, he has mentioned a name of a person who works for the president.
But that person has come out and said, we don't know you now.
How can he, from where? From the comfort of his office.
You see it.
He has to be arrested. That is what. He has to be arrested.
Mr. You see.
Kelly, I do not have the nitty-gritty of the story, but so far, now from what others have said, I would say if the person is on a solo journey to these particular sleeves, it won't be an easy thing for him.
Oh.
He will just be maybe moving in darkness. But that he mentioned somebody who has the key to this government, as it were, then it makes it easier for security operatives, the agencies that are responsible. But the problem is that big men in this country are bigger than security agencies. That's the unfortunate reality. I don't know how anybody will go to Bajabia Mila and say, you were mentioned by this man, we want to investigate you. So this work you are doing, we want to stop you for some time. Is it not only when President Tinubu agrees to such? So, quite unfortunate, like I said, I don't know what will come out of this because the man can, with a wave of hand, deny that he doesn't know the other one. And there it ends. So, there it ends. But Kelly, that man cannot make that kind of mistake and say it's Emmanuel Ndukwe that gave him this and that. Whether rightly or wrongly, they'll come after me. They will just come after me. And in fact, the kind of car they may use and pick me is the one I may not be able to buy anytime. At least that will maybe, whether it will take 1 hour to drive me in that car to wherever I'm going to.
They will come at night, break your seat.
If I will come back, well, only God. It will be in the hands of God alone. But I tell you, for the person of Badabia Mila, I think that case has ended for me because the president You remember when Buhari was there, it looks as if we had a second president in Abakari. It's a similar position that Bajabiamila is holding, even though his own is wearing a little human face now.
Who was the chief of staff to Jonathan?
This deputy governor, former deputy governor, Edo State.
Was he as powerful as this man?
The man was there to do his work.
Okay. So the issue is that I think the case will soon die if it won't die today. It will soon die.
Chief Dekai.
Kelly, we've seen the organized crime in the government of President.
Say you have seen.
No, you read it. At least you heard. You read it.
I'm questioning. He has
talked about it. He has talked about
Kelly,
it.
they will come and arrest you.
I am questioning. It doesn't mean I have seen. So say you have seen.
Okay.
No, you read it. It's very correct.
Thank you.
As you were reading, you
Thank
were
you.
hearing
I
yourself.
don't have a problem with that. Please say you have seen.
Kelly, we've seen a very
You
organized.
mean you, your wife, and your children?
We are many. We are many. So a very organized crime. Kelly, remember what is causing this problem is percentage sharing.
Not aware.
It's there. The man said it, and you read it.
You said I should remember.
Kelly.
You said I should remember.
Okay, Kelly. Know that. Kelly, know that.
I didn't even read that.
Kelly, know that. What's causing
Kelly,
this?
don't remember.
What caused this leak now and this whole hula baloo is the percentage sharing of that 37 billion to the world that was put in the budget. He said, "Give me 37%," and the man said, "No." He called Baja, the chief of staff to the president, and said he organized all this and said when the money is passed, when the account is open, when the money is lodged, give me this percentage out of this money and go ahead with their work. That ministry and everything exists in Nigeria.
They have 300 staffs.
It exists.
You created it.
Government created it.
Government created it.
Yes. And it's headed by what? Akinyemi or what?
And the SGF is not aware.
What is the SGF saying?
SGF
Would
is
they
not
come
aware.
and tell you that it's true? Now that bug money is involved, you want to destroy their government? You want to tarnish the image of the government?
See,
Kelly, I understand.
Now here, I always do my job.
No, now.
But
you read something, and I'm commenting on what you read.
Like say, I do the government's bidding. When tomorrow it comes out the other way, now see here, I did do my same job.
Kelly, I'm commenting on what you read.
I didn't read all this one that you're saying, no.
I'm commenting on what you read.
All this one you're saying, I did not read it, oh. I mean, I
have been following.
I said it that I've been following this story as well.
And
all
you are to your knowledge that these stories I'm saying are very clear to the general public.
No, let me also make it public too. That this is what I say that I did not read it, oh, so that they will know.
It's already in the domain.
I'm not afraid of people coming for me.
Kelly, there is nothing to be afraid of at this point because we're talking of billions of naira that are being wasted on few individuals while Nigerians are suffering.
Okay, so why you insist on the billions of naira, right? Which is possible. Right? This whole thing could be dispute over sharing for money.
Yes, that's what happened.
It is very, very possible. I don't know whether that's what happened. The SGF. This guy has had meetings with foreign nationals. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Let me finish now, please. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs escalated it. How do you have this person doing what we are supposed to be doing? They escalated it. My understanding is the escalation got to the office of the Chief of Staff through the SGF, and the Chief of Staff is coming out to say, no, I don't know this person. So maybe it is money sharing, I don't know. But also another part came from the fact that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs decided to escalate it because you have an agency duplicating functions that they ought to be carrying out. That's a huge compromise to the states.
That's an indictment to the state, as we are talking about. And I'm also telling the Kelly, it may be a covert operations to siphon money. That office and that system was a very covert one. But because the Foreign Affairs Ministry has escalated it, everybody wants to pipe low. That's what happened. We are all Nigerians.
So
we are here.
So now two things happen.
No, Kelly, I have several.
There's a third one.
Yes, I have several angles of it.
There's a third one.
I have several angles of it that are all genuine and legal.
And all of them are genuine and legal.
Okay, now, why did, if not as it affects the Foreign Affairs Ministry, why did they escalate it? Because they are taking part of their job. You see that angle?
Okay.
You see that angle?
You see
They
what
were
should
not
be
carried along.
what should interest us more here? What should interest us besides the sharing formula? What should interest us more is that was there budgetary provision? If the answer is yes, under what heading? Because Bajabia Miller and his people are saying that there is no agency like that. Then that 24 billion was budgeted under what?
Again, what are the constitutional responsibilities of chief of staff? Do we have any defined constitutional responsibilities
He manages
as
the office of the
enshrined
president.
in the constitution?
No.
Is that office a constitutional provision?
No, it's not.
It's not.
So,
It's discretionary.
that's what also bothers
But
me.
it's perhaps one of the most important
This is somebody
appointees of the president.
this is somebody who
in
is
Nigeria.
meddling into function that is not ab initio.
No, but he has said he has said that it's not his function. That function, what this man is alleging, is the function of the secretary to the federal government.
Okay.
Why will he say that? He will say that now because it's in the public space that look, this is
Okay. You are saying that he said that because of this scandal.
No.
Of course.
Not because it may be factual.
Of course.
The scandal is exposed. That's why he's talking.
From what you just told us, he said his secretaries approved deposit of money. Is it not?
Yes.
The chief of staff. His signatories are there approving that, authorizing that bank account should be opened
in central bank.
That's what he said now.
No, it's the accountant general.
It is the accountant general that
They
did
said
that.
he deceived
The office of
Adeyemi
Nigeria.
deceived the accountant general of the federation, which allowed him to open an account with the CBN.
Okay. Not the chief
And
of
the
staff.
question is, how did he deceive him?
CBN.
How
So
did
now
he
I'm
deceive
asking,
him?
how do you?
The
My first question is, how do you deceive?
Yes.
How do you think? I would naturally think that if something like that was to happen, there will be protocols that the accountant general would have observed.
Yes, including citing the
before
budget.
giving authorization for such an account to be opened in the CBN.
Good.
So that's my first red flag.
Again, just to authenticate what I was saying, the chief of staff was also mentioned by that same man.
Yes.
So, what role will he be playing?
The chief of staff?
Yes, in that regard. What role is he going to play?
Okay, so when the Foreign Affairs Ministry got concerned that such a body was having meetings, even called the U.S. missions to issue visa to somebody and so on, the minister, how is this agency doing what we're supposed to be doing?
Beautiful.
So they escalated it to the office of the government of the federation. That's the secretary to the government of the federation, Akume's office. Akume now forwarded it to the chief of staff.
Good.
Chief of staff now said, I don't know this person. No. We did not appoint this person.
He wouldn't know.
So
at that point,
he told the security agencies to swing into investigation, arrest this person, and stop him. That he has a history of fraud.
And stay in Nigeria.
My only question is, how can somebody be this sophisticated to defraud the government? That is my only confusion here.
Yeah, and that's why
it sounds too good to be true.
That's why I said it's all about organized crime. Okay. So, which means the chief of staff, maybe he was mentioned in innocence, right? Because the man mentioned his name. So, is he trying to say that he doesn't know anything about the transaction?
That's what he said. Yes, that's what he said.
Did he have any problem with the man before?
Is he a problem? I think the problem here is not that.
Yeah.
The problem here is that the man who is at the center of this whole thing started doing part of the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Yes.
That the problem here is not the money yet. The problem is not the 24 billion in the budget yet.
Exactly.
It's because there is a conflict of interest. The agency or the alleged established agency is beginning to do part of the work of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And they say no, because the man have started inviting people, even giving orders for issuance of visa. That was where the problem started. Exactly. And they now have to go to the office of the secretary to the federal government. You see, the thing has been escalated. So you don't, in that circumstance, expect the chief of staff to own up now.
Okay.
That he's aware of what is happening. You don't expect
spending heart-throbbing investigation.
Yes,
to add to it. Thank God, chief of staff said he knows the man and his bad record. Kelly, did you see the collaborations? Did you see the linking now? No, did you see the linking now? He said he knows the man and his fraud level
He
in the
said
system.
the man has record, which means he knows him.
He knows
That's what I'm saying.
And he has investigated it personally.
Now, so he knows the man. So they are partners.
There's a possibility he must have had a clash.
No, they are partners in.
Probably this man
When they had maybe previous deal.
So this man wants to bring him in and say,
what is also part of it?
They are partners in the same crowd. Only what I see there is that sharing formula.
No, just like William said, this matter needs to be properly investigated.
But you can't investigate the president now.
Because you have the
investigate, but
we are told that.
But we can only see what is happening now and know by ourselves.
Nobody is above the law.
Is it just like the man they did in the man they did the Enugu man, the PDP, the former minister and PDP Guba candidate in Enugu?
Yes.
Please, we are going there. Don't rush.
Let me also tell you
because I told him no, that he wants to force it inside.
No, let me tell you about also the PA on media to the FCC minister who hacked Emeka case INEC server.
Who hacked?
But how did you get it?
Come on now, language now. What is this?
INEC server.
You said the PA.
Okay, no,
that's not even correct.
When I
no,
finished.
That's not even correct. Now, come on.
Brought out,
Chief Decker. It is. I don't think it's responsible for us to speak
now?
This way.
That what? I'm only saying that it was only invited by the police. We've not had any investigation being conducted on him.
Please, one moment, sir. You can't say the 8 to yes of Wike who hacked the INEC.
Allegedly.
No, that's not even the case.
What's the case?
That's not
we never heard about him. How did he got the? How did he got?
I say you don't have information. Say you don't have information. Let's give you information. Please,
would have cured
this is a no. You can't cure it. It did not happen.
What happened?
Larry Olanka did not hack INEC server.
What did he do?
Larry Olanka reached an INEC official who used his authorization to get information
is that
from
legal?
INEC for him.
Is that legal?
That is not Larry Olanka hacking INEC
Is that
server.
legal? Kelly, is that legal?
Let's understand what I'm saying.
Kelly, is that legal?
No, you have to listen to what I'm saying.
But what is this? What did you say?
These are two things. See. If I have the skill, we use allegedly and we mess up ourselves.
Kelly, is it not what is it everywhere?
No. Larry Olanka is a person that received information from INEC. How did he receive?
No, you are correct, Kelly.
This is clear misinformation. Larry Olanka did something that is questionable. Yes.
And has it been
but Larry Olanka did not hack the INEC server.
Has a report been given by the police to know if he hacked or not, or if that happens or not?
Let me go for news update, Jerry. See, we will not have newspaper stand conversations on the radio. No. What happened? Let's say what happened. If we want to have that newspaper, let's go outside and have it. It's not here.
Allegedly.
News update. No, sir.
Allegedly.
know a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenchima. The federal government has launched our digital education data system that will track every Nigerian learner from primary school through tertiary education and the National Youth Service Corps. This was disclosed by the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, during the unveiling of the Digital National Education Management Information System held in Abuja. Alausa stated that the initiative is intended to modernize the country's education data infrastructure and digitize the traditional manual school census by introducing a unique 16-digit learner identification number. The minister further added that the platform will be publicly accessible to citizens and researchers with credible data to monitor educational outcomes and strengthen institutional accountability. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has appointed African Democratic Congress ADC chieftain and lawyer Kenneth Okonkwo as his official spokesperson for the upcoming 2027 presidential campaign. Okonkwo announced the political move on Thursday through his verified X account, praising the former vice president's inclusive leadership style and his preference for dialogue over resentment. The appointment follows recent friction after Okonkwo's publicly criticism of ADC's intention to select a South-South politician as his vice presidential candidate, a move he argued would sideline the Southeast. However, Okonkwo revealed that subsequent consultations with Atiku and other party leaders successfully addressed the grievances and assured his supporters that the interests of the Southeast have now been discussed within the frameworks of the Electoral Act 2026. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is set to introduce downloadable permanent voter cards, PVCs, as part of its modernization efforts ahead of the 2027 general election. According to INEC Chairman Professor Joash Amopiton, the digital option is strictly a replacement system for previously registered voters whose physical cards have been lost or defaced. Professor Amopiton clarified that the feature is not automatic and will not be available to first-time registrants who have never collected a physical card. He therefore urged the agency to combat election-related disinformation, dismissing recent viral claims that INEC warehoused 400,000 PVCs to favor a specific party during the Ekiti state election. On the foreign scene, an overnight barrage of Russian missiles and drones tore through apartment buildings in Kiev early Thursday, killing at least 13 people and wounding 86 others. The devastating assault came just hours after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky cut short a trip to Dublin, warning citizens that an imminent massive attack was being prepared by Moscow. Explosions echoed across central and eastern Kiev from late Wednesday into Thursday morning as residents fled into underground metro stations and basements for safety. According to Ukraine's Air Force, Russia deployed an immense arsenal consisting of 496 drones, 76 missiles, including highly lethal ballistic projectiles, with 48 intercepted. The Russian Defense Ministry has, however, confirmed the strike, describing it as a direct retaliation for Ukraine's recent escalation of long-range drone attacks on Russian energy infrastructure and border regions. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
The alarms are off. The football world is awake. Every goal, every upset, every unforgettable moment lives here.
There's a goal for the world!
This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. The excitement of the World Cup continues as we get deeper into the knockout stages. From last night's drama to today's kickoff, we bring you the stories, the stars, and the moments everyone is talking about. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your daily fuel before kickoff, brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Every breakfast is a chance to show up like a true hero, and true heroes make it count with Peak Milk, the gold standard for milk nourishment. Fortified with 28 essential vitamins and minerals, it is not just a milk, it's the official sponsor of your ambition. Coming up on the show today, FIFA raises the alarm over a sharp rise in online abuse aimed at World Cup players and officials. We'll also relive Mexico's historic win over Ecuador in peak match zone. In Peak Superstar, we shine the spotlight on Morocco's rising star Ismail Sabiri. Peak Numbers reveals the incredible stats making headlines across the tournament. And on Road to Glory, we explain why France remains one of the favorites to become world champions. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your daily feel before kickoff, brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Peak brings the goodness to every kind of morning. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. Every pass, every goal, every unforgettable football moment starts with energy, and that's why Peak Milk is bringing the excitement closer to the fans. Welcome to Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your destination for football conversations powered by the goodness and energy of Peak. From global football highlights to match moments and the matchday vibes, Peak Milk is here to fuel the passion, celebrate the game, and keep you going through every football moment. Because champions don't just watch the game, they stay at their peak. Stay energized, stay football ready with Peak Milk. Everything making headlines across the tournament.
The statement from the Dutch, who go to the top of Group F.
Welcome to World Cup Brief. Welcome back. This is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your daily fuel before kickoff, brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Let's kick things off with World Cup Brief. FIFA says abusive social media posts targeting players, coaches, and match officials have risen dramatically during this year's World Cup. More than 89,000 abusive posts have already been identified, compared to just 6,700 at the same stage of the 2022 tournament. FIFA says 11% of the abuse was racially motivated, while more than 1,000 social media accounts have been flagged for further investigation. The governing body has also prepared over 100 potential legal cases and says the Social Media Protection Service will continue protecting players, coaches, and match officials throughout the tournament. Finally, on World Cup Brief today, veteran coach Marcelo Bielsa has admitted his message failed to connect with Uruguay's disappointing World Cup campaign. Uruguay finished third in Group H with 2 draws and a defeat to Spain, missing out on the knockout stages. Bielsa described his departure as a very painful one and said he believes nobody was interested in what he tried to communicate during his time in charge. His 3-year spell as Uruguay head coach officially comes to an end following the team's exit from the tournament. Coming up next on the show is Peak Match Zone, where we relive Mexico's historic victory over Ecuador and what that means for the co-host World Cup dream. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. Feel the goals. Relieve the drama.
Oh, risky challenge. It's a red card.
Review the battles.
Oh, what a touch. That is beautiful.
This is Peak Match Zone. You're listening to Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your daily fuel before kickoff, brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Peak brings the goodness to every kind of morning. That's why Peak Milk proudly brings you the Peak Global Football Radio Show, a space where football fans connect, celebrate every moment, and stay inspired by the game they love. From big match conversations to unforgettable football stories, Peak continues to fuel moments that matter. Stay connected, stay energized, and stay at your peak. Today on Peak Match Zone, one of the biggest stories from the round of 32 came from Mexico, where the co-hosts continued their Dream World Cup campaign with a confident 2-0 victory over Ecuador. The win makes Mexico the first CONCACAF nation ever to eliminate a CONMEBOL team in a World Cup knockout match, and it sends the Mexican side into the round of 16 full of belief. Julian Quinones was a star of the night. He opened the scoring before setting up Raul Jimenez for Mexico's second goal in another outstanding performance. Kickoff was delayed for an hour because of a thunderstorm, but once the game got underway, Mexico wasted no time taking control. Raul Jimenez threatened early before teenage sensation Gilberto Mora narrowly missed the target. Ecuador responded through John Yeboah, who struck the woodwork after a clever run, but Mexico kept pressing. The breakthrough came from Mexico in the 22nd minute when Roberto Alvarado slipped Quinones through on goal, and the forward made no mistake with a powerful finish. Just after the hour mark, the two combined again. Quinones turned provider this time, setting up Jimenez, who blasted home to double Mexico's advantage. Ecuador searched for a way back after the break but struggled to create clear-cut chances, while Mexico remained organized and disciplined at the back. There was one final twist in stoppage time when Ecuador defender Piero Icampe was sent off following a VAR review, bringing a frustrating night to an even more disappointing end for the South Americans. Mexico would march on. The co-hosts are now in the round of 16, and with the home fans firmly behind them, their World Cup dream is gathering serious momentum. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. Football brings us together. The excitement, the conversations, the unforgettable moments. And at Peak Milk, we are proud to be part of every moment that keeps fans connected. You are still listening to Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, a place where football fans come together to share the love of the game, enjoy exciting conversations, and stay energized all season long. Because every football moment is better when you stay at your peak. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. From rising stars to legends in the game. Heroes rise when the world is watching. Follow your heroes on Peak Superstar. If you're wondering where you are, this is Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your daily fuel before kickoff, brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Every World Cup introduces us to new heroes, and one player making a huge impression at this tournament is Morocco's Ismail Sabiri, our peak superstar for the day. The versatile attacker has become the heartbeat of Morocco's attack, combining creativity, movement, and composure to trouble defenders throughout the competition. Originally a midfielder, Sabiri has been deployed as a false nine by head coach Mohamed Ouabi, dropping deep to link play before driving forward into dangerous areas. His movement has also created space for teammates like a Lightfoot chipped finish against Brazil, struck Morocco's fastest ever World Cup goal just 71 seconds into the match against Scotland, and added another goal in the victory over Haiti. When Morocco's round of 32 clash against the Netherlands went all the way to penalties, Sabiri kept his cool once again, converting the decisive spot kick that sends the Moroccans into the round of 16. Sabiri's outstanding performances have not gone unnoticed, with Europe's biggest clubs already keeping a close eye on one of the tournament's biggest stars, and German side Bayern Munich seems to be leading the race for that. If Morocco continue their World Cup journey, expect Ismail Sabiri to remain at the center of everything they do. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. Every pass, every goal, every unforgettable football moment starts with energy, and that's why Peak Milk is bringing the excitement closer to the fans. Welcome to Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your destination for football conversations powered by the goodness and energy of Peak. From global football highlights to match moments and the match day vibes, Peak Milk is here to fuel the passion, celebrate the game, and keep you going through every football moment. Because champions don't just watch the game, they stay at their peak. Stay energized, stay football ready with Peak Milk. Goals, records,
A mirror slam closer. Goal number 16 in his World Cup career.
milestones.
It is now a record defeat for Brazil.
Feel the starts on Peak Numbers. On Peak Numbers here on Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, we give you the stats behind the stories. Kylian Mbappe continues to rewrite World Cup history. The France captain has now scored 18 goals in just 18 World Cup appearances, making him the second highest scorer in the tournament's history, only behind Lionel Messi. He also holds the record for the most knockout stage goals with 10. Another Frenchman is making headlines too, and that is Michael Olise. His 5 assists makes him the first player since Germany's Thomas Hassler in 1994 to register at least 5 assists in a single World Cup. Since detailed records began in 1966, only the legendary Pelé has managed more, with 6 in 1970. England captain Harry Kane is proving once again why he delivers on the biggest stage. Across the World Cup and European Championship knockout rounds since Euro 2020, Kane has now scored 10 goals, 3 more than any other European player during that period. And finally, Mexico's victory over Ecuador ended a 40-year wait. It was the Mexicans' first World Cup knockout win since defeating Bulgaria in 1986, ending the longest knockout winless run in tournament history. And those are your peak numbers on the show today. We will finish the show today with Road to Glory, where we will explain why France have all the ingredients to go all the way and lift the World Cup trophy. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. Football brings us together. The excitement, the conversations, the unforgettable moments. And at Peak Milk, we are proud to be part of every moment that keeps fans connected. You are still listening to Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, a place where football fans come together to share the love of the game, enjoy exciting conversations, and stay energized all season long. Because every football moment is better when you stay at your peak. Every champion has a journey. Every victory is another step.
It's Argentina 3, Croatia 0.
Catch the journey on Road to Glory.
Argentina, champions of the world!
Welcome to the final stretch of the show here, Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your daily fuel before kickoff, brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. We've reached the final segment here, which is Road to Glory. Every day we take a closer look at one team with a genuine chance of lifting the World Cup. And today, our focus is on France. The Le Bleu continue to look every bit like title contenders. They've blended experience with youth, quality with depth, and perhaps most importantly, they know how to win tournament football. Up front, Kylian Mbappe remains one of the most dangerous attackers in the world, while Michael Olise has added creativity and composure with a series of match-winning performances. In midfield and defense, France have shown balance, discipline, and the ability to adapt to different opponents. Even when games become tight, Didier Deschamps has the luxury of calling on world-class players from the bench, something very few teams can match. Having reached 2 of the last 3 World Cup finals, France understand exactly what it takes to handle the pressure of the knockout rounds. If they continue producing the same level of football, it will take something special to stop them from another serious run at the trophy. And that's the final whistle on today's edition of Peak Global Football Breakfast Show. Thank you for making us a part of your morning. This has been your daily fuel before kickoff, brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Fortified with 28 essential vitamins and minerals. It's not just the milk. Peak Milk is the official sponsor of your ambition. Follow Peak Milk on all social media platforms for more exciting football content and updates. Until next time, enjoy the football, enjoy the World Cup, and whatever you do today, stay at your peak. The final whistle blows, but the tournament rolls on. Join us again on Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. Thanks for listening.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's continue conversation this morning. So bread crude is now selling for $70. $70. Well, I just thought to mention, bread crude is now selling for $70. Okay, well, the more you delay to drop the price, the more losses. Anyhow you do it, you will incur. Anyhow you do it, you will lose money. That's the fact of the matter. ICPC announced that they have they have Uche Energy in custody. We've been talking about this for a while. His release, his intention to run as governor of Enugu State on the platform of the PDP. From there, we heard that ICPC was looking for him. They had issued invitations. He ignored them. They got a warrant of arrest from the court, and now he's been arrested by the SSS. Is this a good boost to the fight against corruption? Professor Wona.
Yeah, Kelly, when I listened to that news in the morning in my house, the first thing that came to my mind was the fact that these public officers, knowing very well that, you have the organs of government that perform oversight functions. And I want to believe that before he became the minister, he was screened by the National Assembly. And my worry is, what do they actually screen? Now that they are telling us that his certificate is in doubt from University of Nigeria and Soka. So,
and this NYC color.
Yes, and the NYC. So what actually did they screen? I don't understand. So they didn't do all these background check, and the National Assembly cleared him to be appointed as a minister of Federal Republic of Nigeria. What that means is that the National Assembly is complicit, because we had expected that they should have done a thorough job. Or is it just a question of, or was it just a question of take a bow and leave? So I think that the National Assembly needs to be actually investigated in the way they are clear, ministers.
Okay.
It happened during Buhari. Was it?
Kemi Adeosun.
And then no, there was this other controversial man that.
Bono Blanc.
Yeah, they have
Blanc.
bad reports, but they insisted that he should become. I'm trying to remember his name. But in all,
is it Magu? Magu?
Yes, Magu's case.
No, Magu wasn't. Magu was a security concern.
Yeah, but he's a public. Officer.
Magu was a security. It was even the SSS that wrote that letter to the Buhari administration.
Exactly.
Shared the same document with the National Assembly.
Exactly.
But President Buhari decided to keep him on the job.
Fine. So why didn't they do this kind of thorough job on the case of Bat Naji? And he
it's not Bat Naji.
What's that his name?
Uche Naji.
Uche Naji, sorry. So why did they do that kind of thorough job to actually even look at his criminal record, whether he has a criminal case or something like that, verify his certificates? I'm thinking that's what is part of the screening, from the National Assembly to have done. And they reneged on their, constitutional function. So they are complicit as far as I'm concerned. But besides that is the fact that I don't understand why you deliberately refuse to disobey constituted authority. If you've been invited to appear before a committee, the essence is to actually verify. And that's why most times when people are arrested, they say, oh, you've arrested me, you called police for me, and you went to court. Why did you go to court? I don't know if going to court is going to the battlefield. The essence is for justice to be done. Let's verify. And that's not a crime. They are not going to nail you there. So why did you disobey? You are a public servant. And the same man wants to be
a governor.
And he's disobedient. So why do we have that kind of leader? You want to rule the people, but you're not living by example.
This arrest
you don't obey simple instructions and order.
Okay. So do you welcome the arrest?
Well,
and possible prosecution?
First arrest on the fact that yes, he disobeyed order, something that would have been settled, resolved at that level of the committee or whatever, or National Assembly. And since it has gone to this, that's what he's asking for. So he should go there and he should be arrested, and then let's know the truth. The school also should be investigated. We should get position papers or letters from the school he claimed he attended, and all that will bring to limelight that kind of dirty deal, and we should be able to be properly informed what happened thereafter.
Kelly, you see, there are plenty angles to this story. You see, this government does not want challenge. From the time that the story started coming up, in fact, they tried to protect the system. You remember then, before the school now give a final nail to the fact that no, we don't know that degree, and he now went for elections. You know how powerful he is in Enugu. He has built a base. And so, but it's a good one for crime. It shows that though it's coming late, but never late than never, for them to come to get him arrested now. But that shows you how the system works. For big men, it's so difficult to get big men arrested in the system in Nigeria. If it's a poor man, do they want to tell me that either EFCC or ICPC or this, they don't know his house, they don't know his movements, they cannot go there by 2 a.m. as they used to go to a poor man's place, they don't know his residence. So that shows you how biased they are in terms of justice. If it is a common man who is not societal, you will see them load a vehicle and jumping from ceilings to ceiling. In fact, breaking the roof to get to him. But because this one is a big man and is challenging the authority, it is only in airports Has it not been in the country before? So the security agencies should try to do more. And this has also given a bad name to the Senate, who screened this man when he was presented. The president might not know everybody, their qualifications and all that. But for the Senate, who comprise of 109 senators, to give a nod, and for the DSS to give a nod to all these things, and finally to come to say, no, today he never went to school, it's a very big indictment on the Senate. It means they don't give a proper attention or care into who is being presented before them. And it also shows that they're only interested in bar and go because he's a party man. If not, tell me, how can he skate through the hurdles of quality men in the Senate?
All right. Mr. Williams.
Well, Kelly, call it ICPC, call it DSS, call it EFCC, call it police, call it anything. What is happening now is face saving. The security agencies are trying to save their face. This man was not disengaged today. He was a minister. And this rumor came. This issue of forgery came. And then he was relieved of his duties. Kelly, on one hand, you know, the man had so much expectation, Nnaji himself, because of he reasonably believed that he has identified with the power at the center. That was why he too went to sleep. Otherwise, somebody with that kind of weighty allegation against you that you never graduated from a university, I would have thought that that man, you know, didn't need to wait for the security agency to do anything. He would have taken up this matter himself with the university. Because him perhaps knows that he didn't graduate, as the case may be. That's why he went. Otherwise, you cannot look at Prof is a university though.
Yeah.
I was in university with the same time, about the same time with him.
Exactly.
We know ourselves.
Exactly.
Living in the same hostel, after my room, his room.
Good.
Then all of a sudden, somebody will come and tell me I didn't graduate from that school, and then I will just go and sleep. No, it means that actually there's something that he was also hiding.
Exactly.
And because he had aligned himself with the power that be, where nothing happens, do you know me? Do you know me? That was why somebody who was relieved of his duty on the ground of forgery would not do anything to prove that he actually graduated.
Exactly.
Rather than do that, what was paramount to him was to be a governor of his state. That's the kind of country we run. Where nothing works, everything, nothing. As long as you know the power that be, anything and everything is possible. You know, that's on one hand. The government too, knowing that this is touching on the integrity of this government. Little wonder. The president has his own baggage of not graduating, as they allege. A man who allegedly graduated from a primary school that was never in existence before his graduation. You know, a lot of things played out. Perhaps what broke the camel's back now is because the man wants to be governor. And unfortunately for him, wanting to unseat a governor of a state that is a member of the ruling party. You see how it is now?
How dare him?
How dare him? Perhaps, if he had gone to sleep as he had been sleeping without contesting any election, nobody would have heard of the case. Exactly. Nobody would have heard. It would have just gone down like every other case went in Nigeria. I will say that Nnaji caused his problem himself. The people that sent him said, no, we are not prosecuting you, just go home. He would have gone home and allowed the sleeping dog to continue to sleep. But he woke up while he should be sleeping to say he wants to be governor. And you don't expect the governor of a state to just sit down and anybody unseat him. Even though it is now a trajectory in Enugu that even the governor too had his own baggages too.
Yes.
This NYSC forgery. However, it ended, but there was a case of forgery.
What's the Supreme
And
Court?
he's, of course, immunity, even if that matter would have continued, immunity covers him. So I think it's hard time that people in position of authority should do their work. It was only El-Rufai that the Senate could not confirm, probably because they saw him as a threat. Every other person.
There was also a woman that was not confirmed.
Okay, I don't know of that. I know of El-Rufai.
Okay.
I know of El-Rufai. Now, this one, what was the big deal? I know before you are screened and cleared, your credentials from primary school
Exactly.
will be before the Senate. And even before the Senate, the security agency, that one I know, the DSS,
we give a report.
They will investigate you, and to be sure, they will make their report known to the National Assembly.
All right.
And all this were circumvented because, it doesn't matter. Now, look at where it has brought Naji. So it is a lesson for other people that if me and you are in the same boat and we are doing all manner of dirty business, don't forget that someday we might quarrel. And when we quarrel, all that was done in the secret will come to the open.
Well, Kelly, I believe it doesn't matter anything or whether ICPC, I think that's the people that say arrested him.
SSS arrested
SSS
him.
and
handed
over to ICPC. For me, it doesn't matter anything. It may sound very strange because are you telling me that since the allegation was made to the point that he was relieved of his duty, he shouldn't have been arrested and investigated then? Why did they leave him to the point that we're hearing he's a governorship candidate in is it Enugu state or what?
PDP.
So that thing, that corridor that had been protecting him will eventually make this particular arrest and all that fizzle out, and then he will go home. Yes, he may not be in the race again, but he will continue enjoying freedom. That's the way I look at the whole thing, because this is Nigeria. I have said it severally. If the bigger tools are behind you, nothing will happen to you. Professor Warner was saying that nobody is above the law. I tell you, in Nigeria, there are those who are above the law. In Nigeria, because not that...
You said it now, sovereignty, supervising
Of course now. So when you look at Naji, you know that Naji has gone into... Because if it were another person without the reach of Naji, he would have been hounded immediately as they are relieving him of his duty. They will now head him into the prison. Or do they call it correction center? I don't know what they correct it now.
Center.
So correctional center, there he would have had a room where he will suffer and suffer so that he could make amends in future. But this one, nothing happened, and it's now that they are coming after him. He let him go and cool down there and come out. That's all.
All right, let's take some of your reactions this morning. Went through a number of stories. 0810951091. 60 seconds, that's what you have for your contributions. Okay, so the phone line is open. We'll talk to you as you get through the studio today. All right, I see your voice messages. Let's read the text, then we'll do the messages. System credited to the youth president of Rumokuta clan is really funny and misleading. Politics has destroyed the fabrics of our nation. Aboyo Kingsley from Rumokuta. Thank you. Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Hello, Mr. Kelly. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Reginald.
Panelist in the studio. Yeah, Reginald, I call from Kelly, let me look at Kenneth Okonkwo, appointed as the spokesperson to Atiku Abubakar. You know that Kenneth Okonkwo has been on the air of president ever since his issue with the Excellency P2B and the statement he made. And again, the statement he made concerning the appointment of His Excellency indicated to me as the vice presidential candidate. I was supposed to be the position of the Southeast. So, but now that he has accepted being the spokesperson to the campaign organization, I know that I hope he will not keep quiet because he is satisfied You know, when you look at politicians,
All right. Thank you.
all the fight.
Good morning, Today 95.1. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, Frank. Please go on.
I greet all your guests in the studio.
Good morning.
According to our former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, that God forbid Nigeria will witness another civil war. I think Obasanjo have said it all. Civil war is not something anybody will wish to happen again in our country. Then for the appointment of Kenneth Okoko by former vice president, Kenneth Okoko today now have accepted it. The other day he said he will not have anything to do with them. Now he's now saying that they have reconciled this and that. That is to tell you how Nigerian politicians they behave. They will do as if they love Nigeria. They love themselves. So whatever thing they say, I will not take it from them. Then the comment of our INEC chairman, I think I agree with him. This is not era of carrying ballot box and run away. This is the era of Viva, and Viva will not allow anybody to run. He run finish, he will bring it back. Thank you and God bless you.
Good morning, Today 95.1. Welcome.
Hello, Kelly. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I'm Chimezie by name. Please, I think this not your opportunity. Yesterday, P2B said something like that before you become a public officer, that your record, your credentials should be made known to the whole Nigeria to see. Because you are a national figure. You want to become a national figure. And some of your panel in your studio dispute it. They say, how will it be? Why will it be like that? Now, we have seen everything. Because this man come out to Nigeria story. But when so far he's coming out from P2B, it's a wrong statement. We are not so going to take it. I heard what Ogema said yesterday. Ogema disputed this, and so many.
Thank you. I want to ask, I was going to raise this yesterday. Does the law allow any organization to publish the results or the private documents of citizens in their custody?
Private.
A certificate is a private document.
Yeah, for instance, university.
Okay.
If you allege that you graduated from a university is a public place. It's an institution. Especially with the law, the
Freedom of Information
Act. Now,
so you can request.
You can request and pay the necessary fee as may be required by that institution.
Okay.
And it
can INEC just publish the credentials of candidates?
You know, that used to be. As at when we had NRC SDP, that was the law.
Okay.
INEC had the power donated to it by the Electoral Act and the Constitution then to even disqualify candidates arising from either forgery.
Okay.
If INEC is satisfied that what you presented before them is not correct, INEC will investigate and INEC can even disqualify you.
But
for now, INEC does not have that power to disqualify anybody.
No, we're not going to disqualify. I mean publish.
You see, now, don't forget, now too, individuals are not contesting elections. That is the law. It's the party that contests election. So every reconciliation before a party forwards the name of their candidate to INEC, it is believed that that party is sure of who they are sending. That is why you see that when you contest election and there is a case of forgery, for instance, the person who contested that election with you can challenge it in court. And if the person wins you, your party is out. The other party that wins, come in. See the case of Bayelsa.
So, in other words, with our current laws, right?
Yes.
INEC cannot
publish except on request.
All right. Thank you. That's what I wanted to confirm. 08109510951. Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Hello. Hey, good morning and good morning to your guest studio. Yes, I think it has been said, yes, of the truth. INEC does not have the power to go ahead to publish, just like what we are saying, P2B has said. But on a more serious note, if we are in a dilemma, in a situation where we are right now, that we have had our same people going with forgery certificates around, presenting them and contesting elections. I don't think for that word transparency
Transparency. Let's just do it. Let everybody see. Let that bias mind all go. That is what I think INEC should do here. Go and ask for it and do it. Simple. Thank you very much and God bless you.
So let's be careful not to go back to the conversation of yesterday. I just took the advantage of the lawyer being in the studio to get that clarification because I wanted it yesterday. Good morning, Today 95.1. Welcome. Morning.
My name is Nebuta. I want to talk about our brother. I kind of phone call. I taking an appointment for former vice president Abubakar. Thank God though, they call appointment. It doesn't matter against the Meshi and Atuku. Against him brother to P2P. They call appointment. We're going to come down and call appointment for Lago Meshiama. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kelly, are you in doubt? What do you think that Nigerians can't do? Don't be surprised that CBN may have opened such an account secretly just to allegedly siphon money from the nation's treasury. Why are you calling Emefiele? Why are you calling Emefiele? And then Amadi Toki from Rimo Parali Akbo community. So when I have banter with you, I have banter like, well, now why are you calling Emefiele? That's the question. Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning. Where?
Please go on.
Mazi Ndukwende Wosa.
There, my brother.
Okay, I'm talking about Uchenaji and the scandal. You see, where is hot Nigeria? Like what the other person said about what people said. Just like when Atiku last election filed a suit against our president, and that suit was terminated because they say it was time-bound. That's the implication. And today, the person that was supposed to be prosecuted on that is still leading the country. So they should start from the beginning, so that it will not be a situation where the court, as it is now, will not get the person sacked, and the person will continue ruling us. And that was where the Uchenaji was going, because he thought by the time he gets there, they will do their mago at the court,
All right.
and the court will still leave him there. Thank you.
Good morning, Today 95.1. Welcome. All right, I think we lost that call. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, and Korea. Yes, I think I go with our ex-president, Obasanjo's statement to me. If actually everybody witnessed what happened in 1966 to 70, they will know that yes, actually the same problem that is coming ahead of it. So the airline better, especially you people who are in the studio trying to protest us, people should try to, if actually you see good, it's good. If you see bad, then it's bad. Because we have suffered in the house of, this is the worst democratic government as I'm talking now. From a years of age, I'm not seeing where people at the end of the day, that we cannot buy fuel again, we cannot buy kerosene again, and the end we are told that we have leadership. And the man is saying about what is happening because he fought the war. He fought the war and he knew what happened.
All right.
And he's making a statement. That should be serious for us. Thank you very much, please.
Thank you, Korea. Good morning, Today 95.1. Welcome.
Really good morning.
Morning, sir.
Abema, good morning, sir. Tell me, this is Uche Nnaji or whatever his name is. Why does it take them so long before they will arrest him? This man, that thing he committed, since that time they remove him. Yes. Since that time they remove him from that ministerial office. See now, they have arrested him. If today they are arresting him, guys, that to show that Nigeria we are hoping is one Nigeria, it's not one Nigeria. And again too, this Kenneth Okonkwo, he has gotten what he wants now. He was saying all this in the so that
Atiku will appoint him.
All right. Thank you.
Now, they are giving him appointment.
That is the time. By the way, it's alleged what he committed because only a court that can confirm that he did it. Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Kelly, good morning.
Morning.
I expect Kenny to to start speaking to Igbo people, the plans of Atiku Abubakar to the Igbo people. Because at first he said Atiku is running a government of exclusion. So now that he has been made the spokesman of Atiku Abubakar, let him start to tell the Igbo people what and what will Atiku give to them if he becomes the president of Nigeria. Because if he doesn't say it and he comes to campaign in Igbo land, even if I'm not an Igbo man, I will carry stone and go and stone him there. My name is Dr. Barrington.
Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Kelly, Chief Nduku, and the best in the studio. A blessed new month to you and a bad one to all the bad politics and shine and system men who don't want Nigeria to work again. Mr. Kelly, you see, let us not deceive ourselves. Nigeria is not working because some system men has devised all kind of means or system to see that the wrong path will continue to prevail and the right path will be changed or whatsoever. Now this man Naji, he did, if not because he wants to contest election, nobody would have bothered him. Now the man, the fuel price now has been dropped. The people to come and drop it now, the oil marketers. Look at the big theory that they are bringing and system to sideline everything and continue to extort us. And nobody is doing them. Look at the judiciary. Look at INEC. Look at the authority. They don't obey the laws of the.
Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Good morning.
Morning.
Kenny. I just want to speak about Kenneth Okonkwo. For me, I think he talks too much. Maybe they would not be in the right position to tell the Igbos what the article and the ADC has for us. And also, I just feel that merit the kid living in bondage, the blood is still disturbing that Kenneth Okonkwo.
Okay, suppose that's the thing you want to say. Good morning. Today 95.1. Mr. Collins.
Yes, I'm calling from DOB, most peaceful place in Port Harcourt. DOB is peaceful. Let me advise you that from DOB here, not the DOB will get them. That ICPC office where they are now, making the area just the camp, enter APC back. After that, enter APC back. There is any run for governor for PDP. When there is a PDP in a nonsense party, instantly, his sin will be forgiven. That is it. It's very come back, go to chop the money we don't make as a minister. Kenneth Okonkwo, I agree to you. Tomorrow, you will come out and you will contest election one day. We will remind you of all these things. All these things we talk about people, we will remind you. Don't worry. Kelly, the chance is the wait for you. We'll get one from Nakwe. Yeah.
Fake. Oh, fake. Good morning. Today 95.1.
Good morning, Kelly.
Morning, Obed. Welcome.
Good morning to all our guests in the studio. God bless you
Good
all.
morning.
Kelly,
Sir?
Peter Obi cannot rest in the hands of Kenneth Okonkwo because all of us who are very, very aware of what he was killing knew that everything he was saying is to buy the heart of Atiku to look his way. And he has finally succeeded. So Peter Obi now can rest for Ken Okonkwo. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Obed. Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Morning.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm okay.
Yes. My greetings, first of all, go to Ogaima, who's a words of wisdom, always putting on.
Hello? Oh, so sorry. Call us back if you can. Good morning. Today 95.1.
Good morning. Yeah, I think the greatest mistake Mr. Naji did is to become to the PDP. I don't know which camp is whether a wicked camp or the other camp, but all the same, he did a very big mistake. He will remain when there times they are APC. APC they don't commit crime at all. They are innocent people.
So he shouldn't have become. That's the big mistake he did. So that's like the man for you that he should come back. He should find his way as quickly as possible to run back to the AP so that his case will be forgiven. Let him go back there. Even the judges cannot convict him if he's invited to the AP. As long as he goes to that PDP, even if he's innocent, they will find him guilty. Okay, please, let's go back to that party. Thank you.
According to you now. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Kelly. My name is Okebuza, and I'm calling you from Romodara.
Okay.
Yes. For Kenneth Okonkwo, I think Kenneth is still Andy. Until he leaves Andy, then he will be a better person. Let it be as there. Then for Uchennaji, that is one of those things. When it happened that he was relieved of his duty after identifying that he wasn't, that he never attended the school that he claimed to attend, that is UNN, he would have done the necessary, the needful. Like one of your man there said, would have been the one that would go ahead, take the school to court and prove himself innocent. But he never did that. And for saying that, that is the more reason you say that these qualifications should be made public, even if it's not in the constitution.
All right.
Suggest and it is being done, so that even your neighbors can even tell you that
Okay.
this person never did.
Thank you. Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yes, a very good morning to you, my brother, and to the other guests in the house.
What's your name?
By is Apostle Paul.
All right.
Very quickly on what Obasanjo mentioned concerning the Civil War. My question is this, and I will leave the answer with you, my brother. What led to the Civil War? Many factors led to the Civil War, and those factors, as far as I'm concerned, are staring us in the face. So I am leaving the question, the answer to you, Kerry. Now, on Kenneth Okonkwo appointment, that is politics for you. It is all interest, and that is what Hans Morgenthau said. That is the struggle for power, and they always continue to force their uncontrollable, greed on the people. So it is a wake-up development. Thank you.
Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome. Hello. All right. Call drop. Hi. Good morning.
Hello, this is Kelly. Good morning. This is Dixon calling from Uniport.
Please go on, sir.
Yes, concerning energy and all the rest. You see that since he was dropped since last year as a minister in this country, Nigeria, nobody arrested him. Just for him to defect from APC to another partner, they don't know that what he did was bad. That's to tell the corruption going on in APC, that once you're in APC, your sins have been forgiven. Once you leave APC, you are not a corrupt person. So if we are fighting corruption, we should fight it politically. That's not that because this person is not in my party is corrupt, when he's in my party is not corrupt. It's wrong. So all Nigeria should rise up against this injustice going on in our country, Nigeria. Fight corruption, both in the party and the opposition party. Everybody should be. If you are corrupt, you go for it. That's my take.
Okay, so I think we can do two more calls and then we'll read the messages today. It's a good thing we've had time to take more calls today. I'm happy when this happens. Sometimes, or most times, it's very difficult. So we've created almost 20 minutes today just taking calls, and that's good. That's very good. We can still do two more calls. Those calls come, we'll take them. Good morning, Mr. Kelly and the panelists. ICPC confirms Uche Naji's arrest following university degree. Okay. For me, I'm not surprised. In addition, it is no longer a strange thing to many Nigerians because some reputable men and women did not go to school were involved in certificate forgery. Most cases, some top-ranking officers in various institutions, additionally politicians, may have benefited from the system. Wanatek Clinton West. Hello, good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, sir.
This is Iranti, the radio counselor. My brother, you see, we have to pray to God to change this our country. I traveled to Ghana in 1988. Before he became commissioner, anything you want to be, you first of all interview yourself whether can you pass. Every little mistake, they will even arrest you and put you to prison. But in Nigeria, if you are seeking prison to one particular person that is in office there, if you like thief 10 billion, they will choose you and nobody will worry you. How long can we continue in sin? The Bible says, the sin will be apart. So, my brother, I love the people that in the studio that I like the way they spoke fine, they talk very well. The problem we have is in our hand. We can change this country if we believe. If EFCC want to do corruption fighting, no minister will be there. But they're just letting fighting, and that's why the fighting is not working.
All right.
They don't have radio council ranting.
Thank you. All right. Greetings. Which kind of small picking story is this? How can someone create a fake government agency called Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotional Council, appointed himself as DG, secured office space at the Federal Secretariat, opened a CBN account in its name, got allocation in 2026 budget, summoned ambassadors to meeting, held strategic sessions with ministers, and even represented Nigeria at an international conference? Federal government is saying they are not aware of the agency. What a country. All right. Thank God, Ability Atrebu. That's your contribution. Final call, Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, all.
Morning.
I think that it would be good to publish someone's academic history from nursery school or primary to tertiary institution. Do you know why? There is somebody that became governor for 8 good years. All those whom attended, as he claimed, he attended a particular secondary school. As he claimed, all those who attended that secondary school said that he did not attend school there. And his academic record and where he was brought up shows that he didn't live in that city. But he became governor for 8 years. Those who in the school where he claimed he went to, those who attended the same school,
all right,
the same year.
Thank you. That's your time. Not later than 120 days means on or before 120 days. Okay, so that first conversation we had. Elizabeth, this is a message you want us to play, so we'll play the voice note in a moment. Let me read some more messages. Give Joseph, Atiku just missed road by picking Kenneth as his spokesperson, because Kenneth is not someone that will say anything and many Nigerians will listen to him. All right, Give Joseph, that's your contribution. Thank you. You say Kenneth is not a serious person. He should advise. He's not a serious person. He should advise his people. Okay, advise his people to play politics with clean conscience. All right. You say he's been economical with the truth. You didn't tell us your name, but we thank you for your contribution. This one. Good morning, Mr. Kelly and the panelists. This notice, Mr. Kelly, may not have been necessary if we have a government that really cares and a system that works for the citizens. See, both PMS and diesel went up recently, but most times diesel prices remain the worst item that Nigerians are highly suffering from. But we, the people and the media, don't hype on it like PMS. Well, that's true. Perhaps because fewer ordinary Nigerians use it and because it's unfocused, wicked pricing rips off much from us, because business, food carrying, heavy-duty vehicles, and commodity cost-heavy burden comes mostly from it. For instance, NNPC reports that diesel was 100% produced locally over the period of Iran, Trump, petroleum hike, and so on, but it went up at higher rates than PMS. Okay, I think Nigerians will yet rely on research-prone journalists and media like you to get your attention for possible redress. Thanks. I think we've been speaking on this. Yes, we're not shouting diesel, we're shouting petrol, but crude oil is the raw material where all of these things are gotten from. So once crude oil spikes, and we've been told that we're in a deregulated economy, crude oil spikes, all of the products associated with crude oil will go up. That's why jet fuel equally went up, even though Dangote produces locally. So we produce locally, right, with Dangote, but because we still buy at international rates, we pay for the difference. That's the truth. Diesel has always been more expensive than petrol. And we know, like you said, diesel powers a lot of heavy-duty haulage is powered by diesel. So even some of our small buses now, they use diesel. So diesel has always been more expensive. The plus with diesel is it doesn't burn as fast as PMS. It doesn't burn as fast as PMS, but it's always been more expensive than petrol. That's a given. So we've been talking about this, even though we have, and it's a good thing I've sampled this opinion with panelists in the studio that have insights in the petroleum, the industry. Even though we had 10 refineries in this country, and the government says we're not subsidizing 1 naira on the products you're buying. That is, we're buying crude from the international market. It is sold at the international market for $10. We're buying at $10. If price goes up to $12, we'll pay the difference. That's what the government is demonstrating to us. So whether it's diesel, it's petrol, or it's kerosene, whatever derivative comes from crude oil, we bear the brunt of it. If it's cheaper, we benefit. So you would also agree that since price started coming down, not as drastic as we would like, diesel price is also dropping. You would agree that diesel price is also dropping as petrol is dropping, right? So you didn't tell us your name. I just thought to mention these few things. Yes, we're not shouting diesel, 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 but it's all part of the components that we get from crude oil. And price is coming down. We expect that the drop in price will be commiserate across all of these products, and we can all benefit and have our lives a little easier. Okay? I hope that helped. All right. This one. Radio stations, guests, callers should be aware that the use of the word allegedly to intentionally malign or slander a person's character does not shield you from being sued. Doctrine of combined intention. So take notice of that. Well, Tony Ife, your contribution. I try, but it's almost like you are disturbing us with it. I'm not even worried about the swing parts. I'm more concerned about the public education, because somebody will just say it and go. When the presenter doesn't know, the presenter doesn't say anything, the person who is not aware would assume that what the person said is the correct information, and that person takes that false information and goes with it. So it will seem like I'm fighting with my guests sometimes. I don't fight with opinions. I fight with facts. I can banter with you on opinion, but when it's factual, that's when I fight with you, so that we can educate someone. But you see, this job is not always easy. Simply goodness from Alakaya. I'm highly disappointed in you for talking about Kenneth Okonkwo. How can you dissipate so much energy in talking about a character like Kenneth, thereby stressing your guests mentally? You need to apologize, Kelly, because Kenneth Okonkwo, okay, I can't read the other part. Okay. Simply goodness, you know, scratch me, shun that thing. No rich. I drink water. We'll be fine. Like you two, you took the time to even use data. You typed the message and you sent it. See yourself. This is not even alleged. This is fact. A very good morning, Kelly, and respected guests. I think what I have to say this morning is to really commend you and Oga Emma in particular, and our guests in general, for your good works in educating us. The time we use in listening to you people is never a waste. Austin George from Rumomoy, we thank you too for trusting us. Okay? Concerning the police officer whose wife alleged that the police authority abandoned him in the hospital with bullet wound, is the police authority indirectly telling us that the officer was on that job on his own, hence he should face the music himself? Jude Amadi from Muzwoba, your contribution. Thank you. What is Bamidele saying? Do politicians obey Constitution and the law in this country? Governors are pulling weight over federal police, and you can imagine what they will do with state police. We're not mature for state police. Mr. Dennis, thank you. If the state police creation bill is eventually passed into law, it would therefore mean that political opponents of the immediate past governor of Rivers State are in trouble. We saw how he unleashed the dragon on his political enemies using the federal police and sent Honorable Farah Dagogo to prison for just declaring a governorship ambition. Someone like him will abuse it, therefore it should not be passed. Rashid Lawal, NTA Road in Boba. Thank you so much. Thank God Ability Atribu, you sent this contribution again. All right. God's time from Port Harcourt. Appeal Court reserves judgment over INEC timetable dispute. It's commendable. Also, governor meeting with Mbile stakeholders is a welcome development, but he should go and present budget so that his people can receive salary. God's time. Thank you. Mr. Jack, Kenneth Okonkwo is a rabble-rouser and a political whatever. He is just trying to make himself unnecessarily popular in the political space and therefore not to be taken serious. Again, Kenneth Okonkwo is a type of person that does dirty jobs for any government in power. Okay. Mr. Jack, thank you. We can now see why the same chief of staff had issue with Desmond Elliott. It's quite unfortunate. So much corruption in Tinubu's government, as alleged by you. Prosper. Question the chief of staff on the alleged infraction. A tall dream being suggested. The man knows nothing will happen because he knows those who would have done so do not have the moral equity to do so. Again, he knows most of them are doing their own, allegedly. Kanu. Thank you. Greetings to you all in the studio. Nigeria, a laissez-faire state where any and anything goes unchecked. The Office of the Chief of Staff to Mr. President is another pseudo-institution where... Friday Olu from Uniport. No, I'm not reading it. I'm not reading it. We use the alleged. We abuse it. That's what we're doing now. We abuse it. And you think it's freedom of speech? It's not freedom of speech. We completely abuse it, and at this point I'm not even joking about this one. We abuse it, and like the contributor said, we use it to abuse people, and then we say allegedly. No, if you're saying something, yeah, because I say allegedly, it's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. We want a better Nigeria. We have to build character. If we don't build character, we're not going anywhere. I'm not worried though. There's nothing worrying me.
Greetings to you, the presenter and the panelists. I think that Uche Energy has repeated, the Salisu Toronto saga, and must be made to face the consequences of his actions for others to learn, because it is becoming too much for Nigerians, to perpetrate this evil, especially in the political circle. But for the INEC man that was kidnapped, I think that the state government and the local government should do something to provide information for the federal government to be able to rescue that man. And paying another money must be a waste, because one may not know if that man is alive until now. And Nigerians must, understand, especially in the government circle, that the life of Nigerians matter. My name is Edachi.
Kelly, good morning. My name is Emmanuel from Iwofe. Kelly, this Adebayo guy matter. Here is my own take, and from my own analysis. how can the appointment letter be so real that nobody dictated the CBN, National Secretariat, none of them dictated it was fake, bros? How fake is it that nobody can find out? So, Kelly, don't forget that these people are brothers. So none of them can pick a phone, call Bajami as his brother. And all of them, everywhere they mention, they are the people heading it. And nobody could call Bajami. And if you listen to the guy's account, the guy say he paid the money. It was when the budget came that problem, they said he should give some percentage, that problem started. What kind of people is this we are working with? I don't believe them. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for your contribution. Ologu John, on opinion poll, until ICPC and other anti-graft agencies dump their selective investigation of alleged corruption cases, most Nigerians will not take them serious. Today, Inaji's case is on the spotlight because his relationship with the center appears strained. There is no sincere boost. Amity Prince, how many politicians have ever gone to prison in this regard? This will die automatic death like every other controversial issue. Sunday as well, yes, but it should never end with him. What about Mr. Tinubu? So what did I ask? Alleged forged certificates, ICPC details case against ex-minister Energy. A good boost to the fight against corruption. That's what they reacted to. General post, let's race through a few. All right. Dave Pafter, APC, DG Suswam, 25 others. That's the work of the secretary to the federal government, Senator George Akume, a winner in the political battle in Benue State. Doesn't talk much, like other godfathers, but delivers at the end. Wokoro Ikechukwu, good morning. This is diplomatic Ikechukwu. Okay. But I can't give appointments as presidency. I think the best is to suspend or give direct sack. Meanwhile, Mr. Atiku have requested for his suspension. CBN revokes licenses from 67 microfinance banks. Please, what will be the fate of those that were banking there? The NDIC is supposed to ensure that regulators are settled, depositors are settled. So I think the best place we're looking at now is the NDIC. Ewere Medino, 48 farmers killed in Niger State. I'm always disappointed when I hear things like this. My reasons being that, why is it difficult to force Fulani herders from Niger, Chad, Mali, Sudan, etc. to go buy land and ranch their livestock and stop killing indigenous people of Nigeria? Stanley Ozronye, Debayo, you have said so much, but we want answers to the following, which you listed. Tefa Jimmy, on the INEC commissioner kidnapped, I think all INEC staff should learn from it. If you think you can collect money, land, and houses to rig, boy. Adioji, the payment bandits is a good evidence of failure. The payment bandits, I'm lost, completely lost. All right. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for creating this time to spend with us. We totally appreciate it. This was on my mind, and I mentioned it earlier, so maybe we can close with this in less than 15 minutes. Senate leader Opemi Bamidele is telling us that necessary safeguards will be included in the amendment of the bill for the creation of state police to prohibit governors from abusing it. Do you take him serious? Professor Warner?
Yeah, from experience, I don't think I'll take him serious. Not taking serious because we have seen constitutional provisions that have been violated with impunity. We are living witnesses to that. So it's not just enough to include that in the Constitution, but more importantly is the enforcement. Are we prepared to do that? And for me, I'm still not very clear. Well, until the different houses of assembly will give a nod to it. As I speak now, I'm not too very clear about the provisions or constitutional provisions of state police. In as much as, for me, that's part of the requirement for a federal system of government. But we need to be very careful. We need to ensure that we tighten up the loose ends in terms of ensuring that, apart from including those things, safeguards, according to the Secretary to the State Federal Government, we should also be prepared to enforce them. How enforceable are these safeguards? Because I am not too comfortable that the state police will perform the magic we expect.
Okay. Mr. Williams.
Well, I don't believe Opoyemi. First, when we talk of state police, this police will be created in the various states considering the peculiarity of each state. It is the state houses of assembly that set the template on how they want to create their own.
But that would also be based on what the National Assembly
That's
would do.
what I'm saying. So whatever the National Assembly will do will not 100% affect the state, because it's called state police. The National Assembly has every right, as it were, concerning the federal police. This is state police, where all the state, if you know your peculiarity, you create your own state police based on your peculiarity. The National Assembly of that state makes the template on how their own will work, not the National Assembly.
I'm not sure if I follow, and even though we're closing, right? The information I have is quite different, but let's even go with general knowledge, right? The Constitution will be amended to allow for the creation of state police. The template will be set by the National Assembly with the state police bill. With the state police bill, they will set that template. Then the Constitution would also be amended. It's the amendment of the Constitution that has taken the same bill, that same bill now, to the state houses of assembly for them to look at it, and then they have to draw from what the National Assembly has done to create theirs. So they cannot be creating something that is not known already.
No, Kelly, that is where the issue is. What the National Assembly is doing is to amend the Constitution to give birth to creation of state police.
That's it.
That is their work.
That's it.
It is not the work of the National Assembly to set templates for the various states.
No, but there is also
there may be few templates set.
No,
at the
there is
national
also
level.
the state police creation bill. Am I missing that one?
No.
There's a bill now for the creation of state police.
Yes.
For that bill to have life, to take effect, you have to amend the Constitution.
That's correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So you're amending the Constitution to give life to the creation of state police bill.
Yes.
That bill is a template. The National Assembly will do bills for the Federation.
That is the issue.
They will do bills for the Federation. The regions and the states will draw from what they have done, localize it in their states.
Thank you. And that's the peculiarity.
That is the peculiarity.
That suits them.
No, it's sounding to me like my peculiarities are different from what the National Assembly has done in the creation of state police. So I'm allowed to do something different. They've already told us that states cannot get into issues of terrorism. It's a clear federal jurisdiction.
Yes, that is where the decision is.
States can deal with armed robbery, kidnapping. Right?
Yes.
That's a clear template for states to know that these are our own jurisdictions. This is where we can now create our own laws from. I don't know if I'm being
you are correct. But what we're saying is that the whole essence of this, for instance, is to ensure that security is guaranteed at the various states.
Yes.
Now, if the National Assembly succeed in amending the Constitution, that's even why it is going to go through the states houses of assembly, is to make it meet the constitutional provision that yes, we have met all this. Now it's been amended, giving birth to the creation of state police. That is where the work of the National Assembly ends. It is for the states now, considering their peculiarity. How do we tackle this insecurity? States now will make their various templates, how it will work for them. Because you don't expect, if it was like the National Assembly will still sit down in Abuja and make a template, then what is the difference between that and the police will have today?
It's not a state police then.
It's not a state police. So it should leave the state to handle it the way it will work for them, the way security will be guaranteed. At the state level, if the assembly says, look, we want to have 3 commissioners of police, for instance, reflecting the 3 senatorial zone, that is how it's going to work for us. That is purely the state business. The National Assembly cannot say no. We must have one commissioner of police.
So clearly we're not saying the same thing.
But that's the conclusion that is coming.
The template from the National Assembly that we've read is there will be an Inspector General of Police, I think so, appointed by the President, and the Governor, with the approval of the State House of Assembly, would appoint a State Commissioner of Police. That's it.
And is that still going to state? Is that amounting to a state police when the IG is being appointed?
No. The IG is for the Federal Police.
For the Federal Police.
The IG is for the Federal Police. The State Police will be appointed by the Governor.
There will be no longer a Commissioner of Police appointed from the Federal.
No.
That is the thing we're saying.
That one is gone.
It's all about peculiarity.
But the House of Assembly cannot say that.
Has also provided that a state government should appoint a commissioner of police, right? But you see, my worry is that maybe because of different perspectives, and I think that from the federal government perspective, the whole idea is about ensuring that there is security.
States can do more.
A state can do more.
Yes.
But that's different from the fact that we are now doing it in form of trying to ensure that there's a federal arrangement, working in tandem with federal principles. That's quite different because you can still see that, from the bill, the federal government is still having that kind of influence,
control,
exactly, on the states. But that is not in line with
the intendment
of federal principles.
Maybe something we can begin from, and as we grow, we modify.
That's what I think. Exactly.
But the question again
the foundation must be solid, otherwise it will be difficult to amend.
That's why I said they need to do a thorough job.
Most of our laws are copy and paste. Where they copy from is what I don't know. Can Opeyemi is saying that there will be necessary safeguards in whatever they are doing in ensuring that governors do not abuse state police. Every time I hear it, I wonder, the way the Constitution is, did they leave room for the governors to have power to abuse some of the things within them?
No.
Governor can just accuse you of kidnapping
and that's all.
Order somebody to go and carry you.
And that's all.
Stab the police, state police, stab them on phone.
These governors are very powerful in the system.
They'll be like the Arab boys.
So what he's saying is is not obtainable. Governors are very powerful in their various states, and they control their states. So how are you going to do it? We are saying localizing the police.
Even as it is now, they are still having that kind of control.
The state federal police, they are still doing some of these things.
Exactly.
And now they come to their own hand. They appoint who leads the police in the various states.
In fact, at that time, government will accept that they are actually chief security officer. Now they say they are not chief security officer.
And then they can do
anything. Concerned, they are chief security officers of their states.
So a commissioner of police that is paid by the governor
will go and do something
different. Order from the governor
will be there. No, it's not possible.
Never possible.
What the Constitution says.
But you see that the intricate peculiarities will be observed in the states. For instance, if a state police in Kano will operate more different, the modus operandi will be different from that operating in the riverine areas of River State. And it is the the State House of Assemblies that will design this template for them. So there will be no interference. Already the safeguards, Opeyemi is talking about, is something that look like generic safeguards. That's all. And that's where their own intervention will end. It is the governors. And if they don't know, it must be abused by governors.
Yeah, but I think that
I have to close. Sorry. Jason Williams, Esquire, legal practitioner, chairman, Rivers Link. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kelly.
Professor Emmanuel Wona, professor of political economy and development studies, also a development consultant, University of Port Harcourt. Prof, thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Chief Engineer Kiadon Bricha Dekai, MNSC 2019 governorship candidate, publicity secretary, concerned patriotic ex-governorship candidate, Rivers G1. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, the people of Rivers State.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our in-house analyst. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians.
That's a show, everyone. Peace.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Radio 95.1 FM.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive. Entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's the second day in July, Thursday morning, 11:32, 2026. My name is Queen Chima. Well, tomorrow, 3rd July, Madonna will be releasing her 15th studio album, Current Era Confessions 2. She's currently making major waves with her 15th studio album, Confessions 2. Direct follow-up to her multi-platinum 2005 masterpiece Confessions on a Dance Floor. She put out this image on her Instagram handle of over 20 million followers, where she had Madonna Confessions 2 adorned in shades of purple, maybe call it purple, lilac, sitting on a platform with her shoes and veil covered. And then there's just expectations from her fans and all over the world. It features a highly anticipated defiant synth pop duet with Sabrina Carpenter titled Bring Your Love. Now, this marks a return to continuous old school club beats and house grooves produced alongside longtime collaborator Stuart Space. Now, American singer and songwriter, she's popularly called the Queen of Pop, has sold over 400 million records globally, and during her classic era, where she rose to international superstardom with defining 1980s hits like a Virgin, Papa Don't Preach, and Vogue. Won a Best Actress Golden Globe for her role in the 1996 film Evita, and earned 7 Grammy Awards throughout her career. Now, she has also returned legendary discography for her massive autobiographical celebration tour spanning 2023 and all. So Confessions 2 is just what a number of people are looking forward to and wondering what that album would be like. Then it's a little spotlight into what's happening in the country. That's Nigeria, of course. Last week, rapper YC on a podcast where he appeared talking about his music journey and staying away from music for a very long time, where he said he battled mental health issues, bipolar disorder, and comes back. And then a trend, Olodo Uprising, was all over social media last week. And with celebrities, non-celebrities, and people making fun of it and making videos around it, he had highlighted the Yahoo culture in Nigeria and talked about moral decadence and then anything or just everything selling on social media. There was also the talk about the First Lady saying that she had done her best for Nigerians, and then talked about Akara and Kulikli as a profitable business that people could start. And then content creators and a number of people started making videos out of it. One that really trended was a video of content creator Gilmori, where he did put out a video selling akara on the street and saying it could be a profitable business. Well, YC had responded over the skit maker's viral content, saying a nation of fools will always have something to laugh about. And the content creator reacted with sell akara and get rich. The hashtag Olodo Uprising continues to just trend in Nigeria. We'll just see how and when that ends. But then, Ireti Doll, actress and entertainment, writes on X, I am Nigerian and I am officially exhausted. I am Nigerian and I'm officially exhausted. And she goes on to write, economy, security, now flood, same thing every year, only amplified. Add this cocktail to the fact that the season is upon us. The cacophony of voices will get louder. Gaslighting and manipulation will be at all-time high. And the violence is not a prediction, it's a pattern. Pay attention to patterns. You will recognize things as they unfold. We are here again. Olua Bakoso, she wrote in Yoruba. And then this has got a number of people talking, asking questions exactly about the state of the country, the state of the nation. Now she joins a number of celebrities who've spoken over 2 months or more, asking questions about the state of the country, the state of the nation, or the economy. Now, what are your thoughts about this? I'm Nigerian. I am officially exhausted. Now, coming from actress and entertainer Iritido, how do you feel about that statement? Do you feel the same way? Keep your thoughts on Facebook. Drop your thoughts on Facebook, Today 95.1 FM, and definitely get a hang on that and see what you said. Today 95.1 FM. Then you can also send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. Well, on the news, where renowned American actor Danny Glover has been living with Alzheimer's disease for several years, he revealed. The 79-year-old told NBC in an interview that aired on Wednesday that he received the diagnosis not long after an honorary Oscar designation in 2022. While his movement, speech, and memories have since slowed, Glover said he still remains active. I can live with it in a sense, Glover said in the pre-taped interview. I'm sure as it advances, things are going to be different and changing. A four-time Emmy winner, Glover is best known for his role in the Lethal Weapon series and the Color Purple film. In the interview with former NBC nightly news anchor Lester Holt that aired on the Today Show, Glover and members of his family said they want to help change the stigma around the disease by speaking out about his condition. Glover is just one of some 7 million people in the U.S. over the age of 65 living with Alzheimer's disease, a type of dementia that affects memory, thinking, and behavior. Symptoms tend to become more severe and interfere with daily tasks. Older Black Americans such as Glover are twice as likely as to develop Alzheimer's or another dementia as older white Americans, according to the Alzheimer's Association in the U.S., which notes that research hasn't yet identified the cause for the discrepancy. In the NBC interview, Glover reflected on his acting career, which he began in his early 20s, racking up more than 117 acting credits. He rose to fame in the 1980s with his role as Detective Roger Motar alongside Mel Gibson as Martin Riggs in the Lethal Weapon films. Glover was also known for his role in films including Places in the Heart in 1984 and The Color Purple in 1985. With a passion for social justice, the actor launched a production company to develop and fund politically relevant films. Was still on the news, where Victor Willis, the frontman of 1970s disco group Village People, has died at the age of 74, the band's official social media page has announced. The Texas-born musician was the lead singer and co-writer of the band's biggest hits, including YMCA, Go West, and In the Navy. The group became international stars in the 70s by performing while dressed as archetypal macho characters. Willis was alternately a policeman and a naval officer. He left the band in 1980 and spent years fighting a legal battle over copyright to the songs he'd written. But he rejoined in 2017 and performed YMCA at US President Donald Trump's pre-inauguration rally in January 2025. Trump paid tribute, writing on Truth Social that we love them and their great and uplifting song. He added, "We will think of Victor every time YMCA is played, like today and all throughout this July 4th birthday week. My condolences to his wonderful family and group." Willie's death was announced on the band's official Facebook page. "We are profoundly sad to announce the death of Victor Willis, lead singer of Village People," said the brief statement. Victor passed on Monday, June 30, 2026 of a short but aggressive illness. Privacy is requested. Willis grew up in San Francisco, singing gospel music in his Baptist minister father's church before turning to jazz and soul. His high school band, The Ballad, supported The Temptations, and Willis sat in on sessions with Dizzy Gillespie, among others. The 4-track demo called The Village People earned the group a record deal, and Morali asked Willis to become the frontman. CAP Film and Television Academy and the government of the Republic of Benin, through the Société de Productions SA SOPA, have launched the Pan-African Filmmaking Bootcamp to train young filmmakers. The program, known as the CAP SOPA Pan-African Filmmaking Bootcamp, was unveiled during a press briefing in Cotonou, Benin Republic. According to the organizers, the initiative is designed to provide practical training for young creatives and prepare them for careers in the film and audiovisual industry. The fully sponsored 12-week program will train 20 selected participants for the Republic of Benin. The initiative follows the Memorandum of Understanding signed earlier this year between CAP Film and Television Academy and SOPA, which established a partnership to strengthen skills development in the creative sector. According to the organizers, the collaboration aims to expand opportunities for young creatives in Benin Republic and improve capacity in the country's audiovisual industry. While talking music, where Nigerian singer Damini Ogulu, popularly known as Burna Boy, has broken the all-time record for most monthly listeners by an African artist in Spotify history. The African giant crooner recently hit 46.84 million monthly listeners on Spotify, surpassing the previous African record of 46.58 million set by South African singer Tyler. Burna Boy currently has 47.3 million monthly listeners on Spotify, and he's poised to become the first African artist to hit 50 million monthly listeners on Spotify. The surge in streams is primarily led by his World Cup song with Shakira, Die Die. The song recently peaked at number 1 on Spotify Global Top Songs chart, making Burna Boy the first African artist to top the chart since Wizkid's debut on it through its collaboration with Drake on One Dance in 2016. But Nollywood actor Deyemi Okanlawon has revealed that he quit acting in 2019 because he was no longer dissatisfied. He was dissatisfied with the remuneration and no longer found the work fulfilling. The actor made the disclosure during a recent episode of the Creativity podcast, which began trending on Wednesday. Speaking about his career, Okanlawon said he decided to leave the movie industry after becoming frustrated with the quality of work and the financial rewards. According to him, he did not leave a corporate career only to settle for what he described as mediocre work. So I quit acting in 2019. I quit because the pay was nonsense. The work was nonsense. And I just felt like I didn't leave 9-to-5 work to come and do mediocre work, he said. The actor added that the lack of fulfillment made it difficult for him to remain motivated. It was difficult to wake up in the morning and go to work. And what is the point of being passionate about something and then not being fulfilled by it? So I quit and then went back to 9-to-5 work, he said. And you're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Actress and entertainer Ireti Daw writes about the state of the nation. She says, I am Nigerian and I am officially exhausted. I am Nigerian and I am officially exhausted. She goes further to highlight some of the challenges the country is bedeviled with, talking the economy, security, and floods. I'm guessing she lives in Lagos. The recent flooding situation in Lagos has left a number of people talking, even celebrities. We had Kunle Remi talk about how dirty he says some Nigerians are and Lagos is and could be responsible for flooding. Maybe think about that from the perspective of dirt clogging, drainages and all. But then she talks about that, and a number of celebrities and comments in the comment section talking about or highlighting the state of the economy. She says she's frustrated. She's Nigerian, and yes, she's officially exhausted from everything. What are your thoughts about this? She joined the list of celebrities who have complained about security over the past month, complained about the state of the economy. We saw Ruth Kadiri 2 weeks ago say, Ruth Kadiri, I cannot afford some things, or they're just too expensive compared to what I'll buy before. And other celebrities who've lent their voices to the state of the nation, what they think is quite unusual. But for Ireti Daw, she says it's a pattern. We see this every time. And then whatever defines that pattern that she is proclaiming, what are your thoughts about it? Drop your thoughts on Facebook, Today95.1 FM. You can drop a comment in the comment section or send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. Drop a message or WhatsApp message to that number and I'll read it. Are you exhausted too? Maybe officially or unofficially exhausted. What are your thoughts? You're still listening to the show. I'm Queen Chima. Just stay with us.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Today95.1fm.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive. Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Now, there was the premiere of the movie Festac 77, and you had 77, the Festac Conspiracy, premieres in Lusaka, Zambia. You had Ramsey Noah, Rita Dominic, of course, they played major characters in that film, and talk about how Nollywood has evolved over the years, and also what the filmmaker and director made them do. Made her put on a lot of weight. Listening to Ramsey Noah as he talks about it.
Grow big, because he said, look, when you came from 76, you are slim, but now you've left, they thrown you out, so you're drinking, you can't be like, that can't be like a soldier, so you need to look like that part, like, you were like, and everybody gained weight in the process because of it. And that's what came about that, what you have right there. Wow. Thank you guys.
Last week, a picture, I think it was a picture or video of Nancy Simi talking about how she had to gain weight, for the movie Lockdown. And it just brings you into the intricacies of acting, right? Quite serious career, because you do a lot to make us believe that character, whether you're losing weight or you're adding weight. What's her name now? The American Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo for the movie, what's the movie now? Witches or something, The Witch or something. Did you see that amount of weight loss just to portray that character? It's a lot. Or you're hitting the gym to look fit or to look a certain way just to play that role. Now, Festac 77, the movie, is a historical political thriller film directed by acclaimed filmmaker Izu Ojukwu, serving as a sequel to the 2016 military drama 76. The movie stars Nollywood heavyweights Ramsey Noah and Rita Dominic. The story is set against the backdrop of the iconic Second World Black and African Festival of the Arts and Culture, Festac 77, held in Lagos, Nigeria. The narrative follows a gripping fictional plot intertwined with true historical events. And you had directed by Izu Ojukwu, with a screenplay written by Olisa Eloka. Production, the creators integrated actual archival footage from the real Festac 77 even into the film to preserve historical accuracy. Main actors Ramsey Noah and Rita Dominic revealed they had to alter their physical weights to match their returning roles. You did listen to them say that.
He's the one. I know it. I'm 100% sure. I could get emotional. I've met my equal, and it's powerful when you meet someone who you feel 100% safe with, you feel 100% secure with, who you can just trust with your heart, because you know they are just a great human being and they get everything. It's special. We are protecting the love we have, because, I do believe this is going to be my husband. I believe this is going to be my forever person.
When you hear a man talk about love that way, I mean, how I believe this is going to be my husband. Did you hear a man say husband? Man, husband? You just hear a man talk about love and you're like, oh, this man must be so much in love. Oh, who's the woman? Oh, it's not a woman. He's a man, his fellow man. Talking about Caramel Brown. He talks about his romantic relationship with former Empire star Juicy Smollett. They are in an active relationship. They were seen publicly kissing. Now, Carmel Brown is an American television host, reality TV personality, author, and activist who famously served as the culture expert on Netflix's Emmy-winning series Queer Eye. He first made television history in 2004 on MTV's The Real World Philadelphia as the first openly gay black man cast on a reality show. Recently, he's dominated entertainment headlines due to major developments regarding his newly public relationship with actor Juicy Smollett, the conclusion of Queer Eye, and the cancellation of his daytime talk show. Well, interesting times, we must say. Let's just call it that way. But away from that, still talking love and relationship and all that happens within that sphere. We saw Toke Makinwa talk about how you should not be with a man who lacks emotional maturity. She says, if you're a woman, please choose emotionally mature partners. She shared that on her Instagram story, where she urged women to seek partners who check on them after disagreement rather than the ones who withdraw and leave them to deal with emotional pain alone. According to Makinwa, the right partner remains present during difficult moments, seeks understanding, and values resolving conflict instead of trying to win every argument. She added that the man who can pause in the middle of a disagreement, offer comfort, and apologize sincerely because he values the relationship more than his ego is the kind of partner worth building a future with. Marry the man who calls you after an argument just to make sure that you're okay, not the one who leaves you alone with your tears. Choose the man who stays when things get hard and wants to understand you, not defeat you. A man who can pause, hold you, and say, I'm sorry, because your relationship matters more to him than his ego, she wrote. The reality, did I say reality? The media personality, Toke Makinwa, is quite famous for conversations around relationships, right? The mother of one, although some people have questioned what right she has to talk relationships, especially because she's divorced and single. Now, people say that exactly almost all the times. Usually, society just expects it black and white. It's either black or white. So why talk relationships? You're so single, so don't talk about it. But she keeps talking about relationships. Maybe famous for experiences, considering her talking about the experiences that she's had too in her relationships. Still talking relationships. Singer Chloe Bailey says, I found another woman's eyelash in his bathroom, and that's how I knew that he was cheating. What if the eyelash belonged to his sister? I mean, I'm just asking. What if it belonged to his female friend? For those people that keep female besties and still have relationships. All right, away from that, let's see if we have any messages that you have sent. 0701933962. That's the number you should have sent the message to. All right, I did talk about the video that content creator put out, Gilmore, talking about his Akara business. Let's see if we can take 30 seconds into this video.
Madam Okoya just ordered 5,000 pieces of Akara, sir. Have you told her that we don't charge BTC anymore? We're not charging Solana and ETH. I told her. How much is one Akara on the website? $1,000. All right, tell the content creator I need the drones and I need the Sony HD4 to come and make some content about the Akara. How many drones? Welcome to Mekong Beans Cake, where luxury meets Akara. Did you order from the website?
So much for an Akara business. Interesting. Well, this became a trend after the president's wife had talked about Akara and Kulukli that empowered some Nigerian women, and all people made several videos around it. And it brings to mind what satire truly is, right? Talk about a genre of art and literature where you use humor, irony, exaggeration, and ridicule to expose and criticize foolishness or corruption in individual society or government. You think about it critically, and when some of these content creators jump on these trends and make videos like this, would you truly define it as satire? Would you truly define it as that? Maybe we'll pick up on this conversation some other time. Thank you so much for tuning into Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Queen Chima. The World News is up next. Good morning.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Dawn Wilson. Today in the headlines, Tinubu overhauls NYSC, introduces mandatory security risk assessments for postings. 8 killed in fresh Niger State communal clash. On the foreign scene, ICC voices deep concern on rising impunity as Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger exit. Details in a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back, and now the news in detail. The federal government has launched a digital education data system that will track every Nigerian learner from primary school through tertiary education and the National Youth Service Corps. This was disclosed by the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, during the unveiling of the Digital National Education Management Information System held in Abuja. Alausa stated that the initiative is intended to modernize the country's education data infrastructure and digitize the traditional manual school census by introducing a unique 16-digit learner identification number. The minister further added that the platform will be publicly accessible to citizens and researchers with credible data to monitor educational outcomes and strengthen institutional accountability. A violent communal clash fueled by a prolonged land dispute has claimed at least 18 lives in the Rafi local government area of Niger State. According to the Niger State Police Command, the incident occurred at Angwan Bago near Godoro village, where assailants set a 2-bedroom apartment on fire, trapping and burning 15 victims to death. Police spokesperson Wasiu Abiodun revealed that the current wave of violence began when armed men shot and killed a 25-year-old Ibrahim Musa in Godoro village. In retaliation, the local vigilante group known as Yan Sakai set up a roadblock the following day and killed 28-year-old Bashir Mazi. Meanwhile, Rafi local government chairman Ayuba Katako confirmed the outbreak of violence, noting that the joint deployment of military patrols have been stationed in the affected communities to ensure peace. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has appointed African Democratic Congress ADC chieftain and lawyer Kenneth Okonkwo as his official spokesperson for the upcoming 2027 presidential campaign. Okonkwo announced the political move on Thursday through his verified X account, praising the former vice president's inclusive leadership style and his preference for dialogue over resentment. The appointment follows recent friction after Okonkwo publicly criticized reports that the ADC intended to select a South-South politician as its vice presidential candidate, a move he argued would sideline the South-East. However, Okonkwo revealed that subsequent consultations with Atiku and other party leaders successfully addressed the grievances and assured his supporters that the interests of the South-East have now been discussed within the frameworks of the Electoral Act 2026. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is set to introduce downloadable permanent voter cards, PVCs, as part of its modernization efforts ahead of the 2027 general elections. According to INEC Chairman Professor Joash Amopiton, the digital option is strictly a replacement system for previously registered voters whose physical cards have been lost or defaced. Professor Mopiton clarified that the feature is not automatic and will not be available to first-time registrants who have never collected a physical card. He therefore urged the agency to combat election-related disinformation, dismissing recent viral claims that INEC warehoused 400,000 PVCs to favor a specific party during the Ekiti State election. Reactions have continued to trail the removal of fuel subsidy, with Port Harcourt residents expressing concern over its continued impact on the cost of living. They lamented that the increase in fuel prices since the subsidy was removed has made life increasingly difficult, noting that transportation fares have risen sharply, while the prices of food items and other basic necessities have gone beyond the reach of many households. Speaking in an interview with Today FM's Ayiba Priye Ogunu, they expressed mixed reactions to the situation. While some acknowledge that Nigerians are gradually adjusting to the new reality, they maintain that the prevailing economic hardship remains severe. Some argued that the country's challenges go beyond the removal or return of fuel subsidy, insisting that the current administration has made life unbearable for many Nigerians. They also called on the government to introduce adequate measures to cushion the effects of the policy, maintaining that the subsidy removal has worsened living conditions and urging its reinstatement. Let's listen in on that.
I just feel like the realistic part is to just remove general subsidy, block leakages, create a proper transport system. That way, everybody could benefit from it. Because tell me why, as a student, I go to the market to buy onion and I'm getting just 2 onions for 200 naira. And it's not that big. And then I asked, why? And she said, no say transport don't cost. You know how much they pay, they carry onions, they come. That's to pepper and the rest.
Government would have provided an adequate alternative for the emerging fuel subsidy removal. But hence, there is no provision of such. So I think we should go back to the fuel subsidy where everything will be okay, because currently the fuel hike is really affecting life and the businesses.
From my street to the major road, it's not that far. It's 100 naira, from 100 naira to 200, from 200 to 200, 400. Like, the suffering is so much.
The River State University Teaching Hospital has reaffirmed its commitment to providing free cleft lip and palate surgeries as it welcomed members of the Nigerian Association of Cleft Lip and Palate, NACLP, to River State for the pre-conference activities of its 7th Scientific Conference and Annual General Meeting. The conference, which begins today, July 1, and runs until July 4 in Port Harcourt, is themed Strengthening Networks to Improve Cleft Awareness, Promote Early Detection, and Streamline Referral Pathways. Chief Medical Director of the hospital, Professor Chizindu Aleko, made the commitment during the pre-conference activities while conveying the goodwill of River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara for supporting the program, and appreciated the association for choosing the River State University Teaching Hospital to host the conference and free surgical outreach. Professor Aleko said the hospital's burns and reconstructive surgery unit, in collaboration with Smile Train, provides free surgeries for children living with cleft lip and palate.
Here at the River State University Teaching Hospital, our burns and reconstructive surgery unit, in collaboration with the Smile Train, offers free surgeries for children living with cleft lip and palate. As part of the pre-conference activities of the Nigerian Association of Cleft Lip and Palate, a number of surgeries will be done today. But even beyond today, any child with cleft lip, cleft palate, please kindly reach us here at the River State University Teaching Hospital. If you go online, you will see a number of information we have already released in that regard, including necessary contact numbers, even special productions made in local Rivers language.
Also speaking, President of the Nigerian Association of Cleft Lip and Palate, Professor Ugochukwu Nnadozie, explained that cleft lip and palate is a genetic condition and not the result of witchcraft or sin. He condemned the discrimination, abandonment, and killing of children born with the condition, stressing that treatment is free through Smile Train and its partner hospitals. Today FM's Odinaka Chi Celestine reports that special training for personnel from the South region on orthodontics, speech therapy, and nursing care for patients with cleft lip and palate was also conducted as part of the pre-conference activity. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, sports, and foreign stories. Stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. River State Governor Similai Fubara has called for a swift and comprehensive resolution of the challenges arising from the gas leakage in Bile Degema local government area of River State. He made the pledge at the Government House Port Harcourt during an enlarged meeting of key stakeholders comprising representatives of the federal government, the state government, and leaders of the community. The meeting was convened to review the situation in the community and explore available opportunities to protect residents from the adverse impacts of environmental pollution. Governor Fubara described the outcome of the meeting as successful, stressing that more action would be taken in the coming weeks to ensure that the issue is fully resolved. Also speaking, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas, Ikperikpe Ekpo, who led the federal government's delegation to the meeting, expressed appreciation to Governor Fubara for his warm hospitality and efforts to address the challenge in the Bile community. An urban planning expert, Edmund Chinem Nwokezi, has called for stricter enforcement of building regulations and comprehensive investigations into recent building collapses in river states to prevent further loss of lives and property. Edmund Chinem Nwokezi, who is the chairman of the Association of Town Planning Consultants of Nigeria River State Branch, made the call in an interview with Today FM's Odinakachi Celestine following the recent building collapses along Iwofe Road and Peter Odili Road in Port Harcourt. Chinem Nwokezi described the incidents as a reflection of a breakdown in values, ethics, and adherence to urban planning principles. He noted that government, regulatory agencies, professionals, and residents all have roles to play in addressing the problem.
Building collapse is rooted in the collapse of values, morals, and ethics. The government and its regulatory agencies, the professionals, and of course the people are all culprits. So long as we all continue to neglect and resent the tenets of urban planning, there will be more building collapses. And when they happen, we will only be reactionary than proactive in curbing this avoidable menace. The way forward is that the River State government must adopt a robust strategy that prioritizes the rudiments of efficient urban planning and management. There are no shortcuts to these measures.
He urged the River State government to constitute a panel of inquiry comprising professionals in the building environment to investigate the immediate and underlying causes of the collapses and for stronger development control, regular site inspections, stricter enforcement of building regulations, and improved funding and manpower for regulatory agencies. He further stressed that only approved building plans should be executed and that construction projects should be supervised by qualified and registered building environment professionals to ensure accountability and prevent future building collapses. The wife of one of the police officers who was attacked by yet-to-be-identified armed criminals along Alu axis of Ubirikwere Airport Road, Cecilia Godde Aleru, has raised concerns over the attitude of authorities of the Nigerian police on the health of her husband, Inspector Godde Aleru. We brought you reports about attacks leading to the death of 2 personnel of the Nigerian police and others sustained bullet wounds by suspected armed criminals riding a minibus along Alu axis of Ubirikwere Airport Road during a stop and search operation. Cecilia Godde Aleru, whose husband, Inspector Godde Aleru, sustained bullet wounds in an interview with Today FM's correspondent, accused the police authority of abandoning her husband in hospital with bullet wounds. The wife of the police officer, while lamenting, said neither had the police paid bills or even called on the mobile phone to know the condition or health status of her husband. Her husband is yet to undergo medical surgery as recommended because of financial challenges, just as he called for urgent intervention to save the life of her husband.
The police have done nothing. My husband is just here. They are running around looking for money. They have not even gone for surgery. The money that we have spent, almost 600,000, they have not called us for surgery. So the police have not helped anything and they have not helped anything. They have not even called. I really need help. I need help from the police and from the government, the public. I need help right now because I'm stranded. I don't even know where to start from so that they can start the surgery.
The Seventh-day Adventist Church has called on pastors, church leaders, and members across the proposed South-South Union to prayerfully prepare and mobilize for the official visit of the president of the Seventh-day Adventist World Church, Pastor Ayrton Curler. The visit, which is part of the church's Global One Voice 27 Mission Initiative, is scheduled to hold on Thursday, July 2 at the EUI Event Center, Sani Abacha Road, GRA Phase 3, Port Harcourt, River State. In a press release signed by the Communication Department of the Eastern Nigeria Union Conference, the church said the visit is expected to attract thousands of worshippers, church leaders, and invited guests from across the West Central Africa Division. According to the statement, Pastor Ayrton Curler will share the worldwide church's vision for evangelism, discipleship, unity, and mission during the worship service. The program will also feature an official airport reception for the World Church President and his delegation, as well as a youth parade and guard of honor by the Adventist Youth Ministries of the proposed South-South Union. The church added that extensive preparations have been completed, including logistics, security, transportation, media coverage, hospitality protocol, and volunteer services to ensure a successful event. The statement further noted that the program will be streamed live on the church's official communication platforms for members who may be unable to attend physically. Security operatives at the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies in Kuru Plateau State have neutralized one assailant during a fierce gun battle late Wednesday night. In a statement released on Thursday by the head of public affairs, Osime Samuel, the institute confirmed that a swift and coordinated response by security forces forced the remaining attackers to retreat with varying degrees of injuries. He reassured the public that the security perimeter was never breached and all staff, residents, participants, and facilities remain completely safe. This latest assault comes barely 2 weeks after a previous attack on the institute and its surrounding community left 3 people dead, including security personnel. Samuel noted that proactive security measures have been heavily reinforced and urged the general public to disregard any unverified information or rumors capable of causing unnecessary panic. The International Criminal Court, ICC, has formally expressed concern regarding the recent withdrawal of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, noting that the departures compromise global efforts to combat impunity and deliver justice. The 3 military-led West African nations which defected from the court after denouncing it as an imperialist tool, previously unified under the Alliance of Sahel States following their exit from the Economic Community of West African States. While the ICC's Assembly of State Parties regretted the move, the court continues to face China, Russia, India, and Israel. The court, however, warned that the exit of these West African nations poses a significant risk to the collective pursuit of international accountability for war crimes and crimes against humanity.
Olochile, I am no mekpe USA. Ludi kato bodo mobu convention. Ala 2026. Odumale o. Alam. Obubeke. Ye dada de research lo walugbo. Ye nwe bi kelu todu. Ye do loblo wachele. Mobu internet unibeke. Abu zoom. Olobu huo. Bu makado. Ishekwa lambu. Memele mekpe nwebeli kebleblekere. Unu boje kpe lugbedekpe ogbakpo. Mo drobe buto. Adablo bo husotade. Abale no. Mobu July 4. Liwole sabo. La 2026. Oblali USA. Puli gontu. Li ogube lo ikwe totobaduma ogube toleye obojana le Nigeria obobuli go ntulogube no lu totobaduma ho bi ogube labale meeting ID lunibeke bo 863 641 512 980 obralo na kwebo besato bisu bi no nwene bise nwene bebo de nazamadi besato logodo passcode mobo aokpuduwe bo 729801 obralo na kwebo besabo bebo nazama besato ogodo le nwene ekpe ngwajikreni manuwa Morgan Ogiri Udepesheka Nishi Osamekbe USA Ogiri Whoa
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, We create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiako.
Today FM. Please listen to this infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas, I be boundary. Sickness self, sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International, go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become ubaruba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is male-related health challenges. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Man problem can be seen in men whenever it frequently occurs that a man is unable to satisfy his partner when it comes to man and woman interaction. It can feature in many ways. In some, it is possible for them to experience poor energy, a situation where a man is unable to get into the act at all. In some are preparing to get into the act, but unfortunately, they just discover that the energy dropped. That is called early ejaculation. It is possible for a man to get into the act and discover that he is unable to stay more than a minute. That is called premature ejaculation, as the case may be. Some may experience total loss of energy, exercise, and some can experience total loss of the energy for even weeks or months. A number of factors can be responsible for this. In some, it can be as a result of infections, of which Staphylococcus. There are other infections that are capable of destroying the nerves or the blood volume, making a man to become totally weak. It is not only infections that do destroy the energy in men that have to do with satisfying their to experience this. In some, it can be as a result of drug abuse. Drug abuse can feature in many ways. Some do abuse alcohol. Some do abuse energizers. People that are faced controlled properly, it can weaken the nerves, and under that condition, a man may not be able to stand like a real man again. It is possible for a man suffering from PI to also be very weak in this aspect. And under this condition, there will be serious waist pains. Not only waist pains, there can be stooling of blood. In some, you discover that there can be serious constipation, a situation where a man will wake up and is unable to free his fecal waste. He has to take some regimens for him to be free from such as well. It is possible when there are hormonal changes in a man for a man to be very weak in these aspects. Stress also has a role to play. We should not forget that under depression, the energy a man needs to get into this act can disappear completely. Whichever the case may be, we have to understand this line of action in a man, that before a man is able to stand like a real man, the arousal center in the brain must be stimulated. And it is after this stimulation that energy or signal to nerves, we need volume of blood for engorgement of tissues in the male organ for a man to stand like a real man. And anything that is capable of destroying the blood cells, the blood volume, can also make a man to be totally weak in performing his duty in the second room. And that is why we say, whenever we are faced with any challenge, it is very important for one to visit a healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one and determine the root cause of the challenge. And after, from the challenge. And that is why evaluation from healthcare givers is very important, to pinpoint the root cause of the challenge. And once the root cause of the challenge is determined, you will discover that solution to such challenge is around the corner. Prostatic gland enlargement also have a role to play in a situation where a man is not able to stand like a real man. When the prostate starts growing after 55 years of age in some people, you will discover that there can be frequency. A situation where when a man sleeps at night, before daybreak, he has voided urine for more than 5, 6, or even 10 times. The volume is not always a very large one, like in diabetes mellitus. But after that stage, you discover that the stream of flow of urine splitting to 2. It is when nothing is done for all these challenges that such will now result to total blockage of flow of the urine. And that is why we say a stitch at time. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Liman, correct, bekelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Sickness self, sabi medicine, will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become ubarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now we
and suggest possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Every year, around 5 million people are bitten by snakes. Hundreds of thousands are left with life-changing injuries, and unfortunately, many of them die. So today we'll meet the snake man of Nepal and a scientist in Malaysia as we hear about ways to prevent and treat snake bites.
We want to see zero snake bite death, and once there is no death at all because of snake bite, we'll celebrate that day. We want everyone to be snake protector.
From the BBC World Service, I'm Myra Anubi, and this is People Fixing the World. What would you do if you came face to face with a snake? Would you run, scream, maybe attack it? The first few moments are really important. One wrong decision could mean you get bitten, and some snake bites can cause paralysis, and in some serious cases, death. In 2017, the World Health Organization added snakebite to its list of neglected tropical diseases, putting it in the same category as rabies and dengue fever. And the people worst affected tend to be among the poorest in the world, farmers and laborers living and working alongside snakes in the tropical regions across sub-Saharan Africa and Asia. For instance, Nepal is home to around 90 species of snake, including venomous ones. 40,000 people are bitten every year, with anything between 1,000 to 3,000 fatalities annually. But get this, a lot of snakebite incidents are actually preventable. It's something that one man in Nepal has been trying for a long time to build awareness of. Dev Narayan Mandal has a simple but creative way of getting communities to change the way they respond when a snake turns up in their village. We sent our reporter, Craig Langren, to the very south of the country, close to the border with India, a region called Terai, to meet the snake man and see his work in action.
I'm sitting outside with Dev in a small village just a few miles from Janakpur, which is famous for being the birthplace of the Hindu goddess Sita. We're sat on a small table in front of some traditional wooden buildings which comprise Dev's office. It's hot here, and it's humid too, the perfect habitat for snakes. Dev grew up in this part of the country, but left as a teenager to work in wildlife conservation in India. But he kept hearing the same news again and again from back home.
Every day that one person died in that village, I knew that if I leave my job and come back to my village and I start working on the ground, spreading all my information, I can save people dying from snake bite.
So in 2012, Dev decided it was finally time to come home. He set up an organisation called Mithila Wildlife Trust, and his initial plan was simple. Working alone, he'd go village to village, talking to people about snakes. However, it turned out that nobody wanted to.
Because I had experienced that when I am rescuing snake, there is always 50 to 100 people standing around. And then I changed my strategy. So instead of walking through the villages and begging everyone to listen, I started rescuing snake. And when I was going to rescue snakes, they were already gathering. So I was rescuing snake, keeping snake in center, and then explaining all my information. So it was easier for me to do awareness program. So my main motto was awareness program.
And that's the insight at the heart of everything Dev does. The snake rescues aren't just about removing a dangerous animal. They're a way into starting a conversation. Each rescue draws a crowd, and each crowd becomes a classroom. Literally, as we were sat here chatting, a call came in on WhatsApp to the snake rescue hotline, and apparently there's been a sighting of what looks like a venomous snake inside somebody's house. So we're about to jump in the car and head down there. Before we leave, Dev quickly shows me the kit he's going to pack to take with us. Oh yeah, so this is what you've got in your hand, these sort of really long gloves that look like they'd go up to the elbow.
Then snake tag, and this is a rescue hook.
Right, okay.
Hook.
It looks a bit like, Captain Hook.
Yeah, yes.
I wouldn't want to be on the end of that.
Yes.
After about 45 minutes or so, we reached the village. Biswajit, the young guy who made the call, pulls up on a motorbike and leads us down a narrow alleyway towards his house.
Okay, let's get down and see our rescue.
I was with my mum and sister. We were very frightened when we saw the snake. We had the number for Dev, so we called and spoke to him.
The snake's been spotted under a large wooden cabinet in the courtyard. Dev's lead catcher, Subodh, a quiet, experienced guy who's been working with Dev for years, starts carefully digging through rubble and debris, trying to find it. Just standing right at the back of the crowd that's gathered as they're just trying to pry up this large slab of concrete to see if the snake's under there. I'm standing as far back as I can, but even here it's mildly terrifying, to be honest. Not the best with snakes. Probably not the best person to be doing this story, but there you go. And then Subodh holds something up.
Nepali name Todia Sarpa. Non-venomous snake. Keelback. Nepali name Todia Sarpa. This is a non-venomous water snake. We'll release it back near water.
The snake he's pulled out looks like a large grey worm, to be honest. It's absolutely tiny. And he's just letting it crawl all over his hand. So there they are, right at the bottom of this silver bin. 6 of them. While Subodh rescues the snakes, Dev is already working the crowd, handing out posters and talking to the 30-odd villagers gathered around.
We have poster including all the venomous and non-venomous snakes. So I taught them how to take reference of this poster and identify whether it is venomous or non-venomous snakes.
But it's not safe for these snakes to go back into the pond behind the house. Too many people have seen them now. So we drive to a quiet wetland nearby.
We try to maintain the distance between rescue and release, and if you release in the same pond, someone will go and kill the snake.
Right, okay.
So now, as you can see, no one is here. So no one even come to know whether we have released here or not. And before anyone see the snake, it will already slither and hide in the grass.
The snakes are being gently tipped back into the water. There they go, they're just floating off in the water there, swimming away. While we're driving back, another call comes in on the hotline. Dev tells me they usually get 2 or 3 calls every day. This time, someone's reporting a python up a tree on a farm about an hour or so north from where we are. The light's fading by the time we arrive. As with the first call out, the snake catcher's arrival draws a crowd. Even from here I can see a massive beige-coloured snake sort of lying down lazily on one of the long branches of this tree that's sort of leaning out across the path in front of us.
That's Burmese python. In photo it was looking very bigger. Now it's very small in size, and we are going to take it out from this farm and release straight away in the forest.
So they're just trying to slowly, gently coax the snake down off its comfortable perch and through the plastic funnel
and into the black bag. Oh, there it is, and he's got it in his hand. It's wriggling around a little bit. And there we go. Bit of a wriggle, but in it goes eventually. It's gone relatively quietly, actually. I was expecting a bit more drama, to be honest.
It turns out that this is just a baby, not a danger to anyone, but the farm workers are frightened. Without Dev's team, this snake would have almost certainly been killed, and the farm workers would have been at greater risk of being bitten. Dev has trained up a network of almost 40 rescuers spread across more than 300 villages. But these rescues are only one part of what Dev does. The other half is education, running workshops in the villages, teaching people how to identify snakes and what to do if they're bitten. We jump in the car and drive over to one. On the way, I asked Dev about safety. In 14 years, has anyone on his team ever been bitten?
We have rescued more than 10,000 snakes throughout Nepal now, and there is not even a single bite. Like, we are 100% dedicated, and like we are 100% focused on the snakes.
So we've just driven for about 45 minutes and we're at a school in a small village. It's about 7 o'clock, so it's just got dark, but the school playground is still full of children as well as adults.
It feels like the whole village has turned out. People are sitting around in plastic chairs in the school courtyard, and there's a faint smell of wood smoke drifting in from the nearby houses.
Everyone seems pretty excited, and there we go. A picture of a king cobra has popped up on the makeshift projector screen.
Dev plugs in the projector and starts running through pictures of local snakes. What's venomous, what's not, and crucially, what to do if you're bitten. And then he plays a video. It tells the story of a young man who gets bitten by a snake. His family take him to a faith healer instead of the hospital. By the time they eventually do get him to a doctor, it's too late. He dies. But if they'd brought him in just a little bit earlier, his life could have been saved. And that's the message Dev is trying to get across. In this part of Nepal, a snakebite isn't always treated as a medical emergency. It's treated as a spiritual curse. So the first instinct isn't always to rush to hospital. It's to call a priest, and that costs time.
42% cases directly go to traditional faith healers and waste their first important hour. In snake bite cases, first hour is known as golden hour.
After the workshop, I speak to one of the villagers, a softly spoken middle-aged man called Ram Yadav.
I learnt today that if you delay getting treatment, it can lead to death. Now we have awareness, and we know we should take the patient to hospital immediately to get treatment. Before, people used to kill the snake first, but now we have understood we should not kill them.
So Craig Langren, who brought us that report, has since slithered into the studio. Craig, I'm happy that you didn't come with a snake. Usually I know you bring back stuff from your trip.
There's no way you would have caught me with a snake, Myra. I'm absolutely terrified of them. You know, when I was on that first call out and 6 snakes were pulled out of somebody's courtyard, I was hiding right at the back of the crowd, so no need to worry about that.
I mean, the other thing that really struck me really about this project is it's not just about protecting the people, it's actually about rescuing snakes.
Yeah, that's a really important part of it. You know, so the vast majority of the snakes Dev's team rescue are completely harmless, but without that rescue service, they'd be killed out of fear. But snakes play a vital role in the ecosystem.
Have dropped, which is quite impressive, the stats that he gives. But these are his numbers, right?
Yes, they are, Myra. So Dev told me that he and his team physically visit every snakebite treatment centre and every faith healer across the district. And what they found is that the mortality rate in their areas dropped from, say, around 11% to basically zero. But it's worth pointing out that these aren't peer-reviewed statistics. It's community-collected data, and if you go to the official government figures, they tell a slightly different story. So Dev says that the government records around 200 snakebite deaths a year in Nepal, whereas his data suggests the real number might be closer to 3,000.
That is a massive gap, between 200 and 3,000. Why is that the case?
According to Dev, it's because lots of snakebite victims in the region never even make it to hospital in the first place. So they either die at home or at a faith healer's place, and those deaths often aren't recorded. So you end up with this massive gap in the data.
I mean, though, it's clear that the people you spoke to seem to be more aware. The fact that they called Dev instead of killing the snakes says that some change is happening. This is People Fixing the World from the BBC World Service with me, Myra Anubi. Today, we're talking about ways to prevent the risk of snake bites. I've still got our reporter Craig Langren. And Craig, I'm wondering, I mean, avoiding the snake bites is one thing, but there's also a problem after you've been bitten.
Yeah, often in remote places, it can just take ages and ages to get people to the hospital. And then even if someone does get to the hospital in time, there's another problem. Often, doctors simply don't know which snake bit the patient, and that makes choosing the right treatment a guessing game at best, which can sometimes be the difference between life and death.
And it's a shame because, as we were saying earlier, death by snake bites in many cases can be prevented. But Craig, we're all about solutions here, and you've come across something else that could help.
Yes, this time in Malaysia. I went to a lab in the capital, Kuala Lumpur, where a researcher thinks he's found a clever way to take the guesswork out of treatment. Here at Monash University, Dr. Shafiq Asnawi is showing me around his lab. It's a cool clinical room with long grey benches, syringes, pipettes, and, in a small cabinet to one side, some tiny jars. I head over and pick one up.
You can touch it, but now it's safe, yeah?
I really shouldn't shake it around like that.
No, it should be alright, it's tightly kept.
What I'm holding here is dried snake venom. Liquid venom extracted from a snake's fangs that's been freeze-dried into crystals or powder. This one just looks like a few grains of sand at the bottom of the jar. It looks like little yellowish crystals.
Yep, correct, yeah. But it's still deadly now. Yeah.
Even in this form, if you're not careful, this stuff can kill you, which is why this cabinet stays locked.
The venom originally would come in dryer, and then it would turn out to be that crystal grains that you see just now.
It's literally killer saliva.
Yeah, exactly. For sure.
So that's what Shafiq works with. But the problem he's trying to solve is this. Current antivenoms are species specific. Traditionally, they're made by injecting a small, non-lethal dose of venom into an animal, usually a horse. And over time, the horse develops antibodies against that particular venom. You then extract the blood, purify those antibodies, and that becomes the antivenom. It works, but only against the specific snake you started with. In Malaysia alone, there are more than 30 different venomous species, and across Southeast Asia, there could be hundreds. And when a patient arrives at hospital, they might be unconscious, they might not know which snake bit them, and the doctor has to make a best guess. And if they get it wrong, it's not just that the antivenom doesn't work, it can actually make things worse.
If you got bitten by a pit viper and the doctor administers cobra antivenom, so it might not be effective in neutralizing the toxins, you would have a lot of allergy reactions.
An antivenom that works against lots of different species would mean that doctors don't need to know which snake bit the patient before they start treating them. So how exactly is Shafiq trying to solve this? Well, his approach starts with a simple question. Instead of trying to identify which snake bit the patient, what if you could make an antivenom that targets the things most snake venoms have in common? His team have been breaking down the venom of different species, protein by protein, looking for shared toxic molecules. And the tool they use for that sits in a small, freezing cold room across the corridor from the lab. There are two machines in here. The first is a liquid chromatography machine. It's separating the venom into its individual proteins. The spectrometer is taking those separated proteins and breaking them down even further, turning liquid into gas and sorting the molecules by size and by weight.
It's almost like a fingerprint for that particular molecule itself.
And what they found is that venoms from completely different species share a lot of the same toxic proteins. The same dangerous molecules keep turning up again and again and again in snakes that aren't even closely related. So the idea is if you can identify those shared toxins, you can develop antibodies that target what most venoms have in common, rather than making a separate antivenom for every single species. And the early results are promising. Shafiq's team tested their approach on mice, using venom from 6 different snake species, including cobras, king cobras, and pit vipers.
We managed to show very high survival rates across all of our test subjects. Our antibody can actually cover both neurotoxic and the hemotoxic snakes, so basically vipers and cobras. So this is the start of, I call it, a universal antibody approach.
So in simple terms, they've made an antibody that works against both main types of deadly snake venom. The kind that attacks your central nervous system and the kind that causes...
Actually being used in a hospital.
Shafiq was pretty upfront about this with me. He thinks it could be years, perhaps even up to a decade. The thing is, there's still a lot of testing to do, clinical trials, and it gets expensive quickly. And it probably won't cover every snake species on every continent on the planet, but it could cover the most common ones in a given region, which would be a massive step forward.
I wonder, are there like snakes whose venom is just too different for this to work on?
Quite possibly, yes. And that's one of the main challenges here. Venom varies a lot, so even the same species of snake can have different venom depending on where it lives, what it eats, what the climate is like in that particular region. So there's a lot more profiling to do, but the early results are encouraging. And I think what's exciting here is that Shafiq's trying to create a blueprint that other researchers in other countries could adapt for their own region too.
The kind of thing we like to hear on the program. Thank you, Craig.
Thanks, Myra.
From solutions to snake bites to stopping human trafficking. Next week, we're in Nepal again, and other parts of the world, hearing about many ways that we can make our world a better place. Until then, I'm Myra Anubi, and thanks for listening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.